Yo, 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 yo. Wait, I didn't even have my headphones in. What did it sound like? It was a banger? Very loud. Um... Anyways. We'll deal with that later. Okay. Hello, everybody. Is that the Bungie video? Or is it? It's like a weird website. I don't know if I'm like allowed to show this stuff. It didn't say anything. I haven't signed an NDA or anything like that, so I guess so. I'll deal with that later. I already have the box. You watch Code do it? Wait, did he do it on stream? Yeah, we could do it then. Again. Alright, give me a second. Alrighty. So we got this, just like a bunch of other creators got. We got this box from Bungie. To promo the new game, I guess. Marathon. I haven't really, like, I just like went to the website right now during the countdown. It was so loud, but I don't really understand what's going on. So, let's see what's going on in here and there. Blizzard! Blizzard! Thanks for the 81, man.
Sloat boomer, sloat boomer, sloat
like a
boomer.
little card with the site for me to visit. It says 12. It says 12th April 2025, which is Saturday. What's up, Jim? Okay, 1 second. Put this here. And then there's this like metal card. It's got can't really see it. I don't know if actually we can desk cam this. Give it a second. There we go. What? Horny. Let me see here. Can you not open the card? Just a quick heads up, if you plan on posting that or gift, please tag it with an ad. Oh, hashtag ad. Thank you, Bungie, for sending this to me. Can you not open the card? No, it's just a metal card. It's got... It says April 12th, 2025 on it. Escape will make me. And then there's a whole bunch of symbols on the back. It's like a pretty hefty metal card. It says Unity. Can you not open the card, the sellout card? No, it's just a piece of paper. With my name on it and the link I'm supposed to go to. It just says please use hashtag ad if you talk about this, so hashtag ad. Thank you very much, Bungie. I mean, I don't know why they're requiring hashtag ad. There's no money exchange or contract signed, but But yeah. Well, let's see the stuff in here. You know what? I guess I'll just be safe. Let me just change the title. We'll go to just chatting just for a second here. Mr. Cat, stop it, dude. Please. I beg. I'll give it 2 seconds. I just need to find my alt Discord. Salute, buddy. Paste the current title in there. Checking out a Bungie gift box. Hashtag ad. Okay, cool. We'll go over to just chatting for now. There it is. Okay. Alright, well, let's see what else there is. I don't know how to put this cam so I can, like... hold up a second. Oh my god! Animal! What? 1 sec, chat. What is it, Mr. King? Hey. Oh, Jesus. Every time I sit down to stream is when it starts. What a coincidence. I don't know what the hell this thing is. It's like a little... Okay, I need to figure out a way to... Can I, like, GoPro this on myself? Not really. Not really. It's like a little ball thing. Can't really open it with one hand. Let me figure out. Let's see here. What can I do? Oh, wait, I have an idea. Maybe. Could work. Alright, not bad. Open it. 1 sec, I gotta like put muscle into this. What the fuck? There we go. A little sticker or something. I don't know. Little keychain thing. Yeah, it's from their trailer. I don't actually remember their trailer very well, but there you go. Mr. Cat, what is it? There's a new cat in the house. One. Put this back in here. Attach it to the little one's collar. Bro, my cats don't wear collars. Alright, let's see what's next. I hope that we could probably get a better view of that. I'm gonna put the metal card. Oh, there it is. So there it is again. That is indeed a website link, by the way. Somebody mentioned, I think, Dromath. Alright. What else we got here? We got a hat. Escape will make me God. It's like a regular hat. Oh, Mr. Cat's pooping. So the meows are going to start again, chat. Okay. Then we got whatever the hell this is. Like scrunched up. Let me unpack it. I'll probably have to switch cams for it real quick. cut this. With my skizzers. It says silkworm on it. Silkworm. It's very vacuum packed. Probably a t-shirt, probably some type of clothing article. Mr. Animal. It's making a hissing sound as the air goes in. No, it's like a little caterpillar plushie. So happy. There's T1, T2, T3 on the side, and Bomb YX Mori. She doesn't seem very interested in it, chat. And there's this little, what the hell this is? Obviously, I don't know what the hell it is. We're just opening it all now. Although you guys have seen some other streamers obviously open it. Ah, fuck! Alright. I don't know what this is. It's like a little cube. It's like a little candy or something. Let me open that up as well. Yeah, I mean, the cam's like balancing on the edge of my iPad right now. It's like fucking hack makeshift stand. Alright, let's see what's in here. It is a keycap. The logo of Marathon on it. Okay. Little one. Finally, what looks to likely be those little bean nubs. Plastic and stuff, so it's very interesting. Let's see if this is a t-shirt. Stuff, gang. Let's go to the website. Put all this stuff back in the box real quick.
Go to the corner!
Later. Garbage for later. Your garbage for later, little one. Walter, brother, thanks for the 54. 4.5 years, man. It's a long time. Congrats on the new badge. this aside as well. Little beanie animal. Yeah. I guess we can unbox his own merch? No, but then I'd have to take it down from the store and stuff this away. Okay. Let's go to the website. What are you doing? Tiny the bean animal. Step cat, what are you doing? I gotta take her to the vet tomorrow, chat. It never ends, dude. It never ends. Yeah, you're going to the vet. Immediately bite me. Hello, Victoria. I can't get away without her scratching me right now. Good. Hiya. Oh, okay. My claws are dug into me. Also, me to my cat. Yeah, I gotta take her to the vet. She's feeling like really skinny lately. I mean, I know she's small, but like, I was like petting her last night, and I could feel her ribs and stuff, and I'm worried she's not eating enough. So I was gonna take her in so they can re-weigh her and just check up. It just might be me being paranoid because of Mr. Cat stuff, but yeah, we'll see. All right, let's go to the website. Yeah, you gotta get that beach bod going. She looks chunky right now. She does look chunky, but she's like not actually. It looks like it on cam, but... Okay, so... the website was... Escape will make me. This might be loud again, but I'll turn it down, obviously. Escape will make me /sloot. Signal received salute. Face recognition needed. Initiate conscious link. That's what you guys were listening to? It doesn't sound bad at all. Load. Alright. Initiate conscious link. Greetings, salute. System malfunction. Oh, that's a good start. Neural syncs allow for transient immortality. Fragments of long-forgotten conflicts corrupt the data. Caution, reality anchor unstable, maintain focus. Yeah, ain't that so true. Calculating survival probability, result inconclusive. Scanning for hostile entities. Warn you. Fellini? Feline. Creator Discord. Launch Discord. Twitch Marathon. Execute screenshot download. Marathon reveal showcase April 12th at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. our time. Okay, guess we're doing that on Saturday. Wait, this is it? Okay. The journey continues on Discord. I guess I probably have to go on their Discord. It's like Bungie staff and stuff in here. Okay. Oh, well, there you go, chat. On Saturday, basically at the start of stream-ish, we'll check out their Reveal Marathon Showcase. Or Marathon Reveal Showcase. Click on this other stuff real quick. Okay, that just screenshots your screen. The Sync Twitch Marathon just takes you to the Marathon Twitch. And then this is for me Discord, and then their public Discord. Okay. Oh. Replay message. Greetings, Sloop. Alright, there you go, chat. Cool. Ahoy, Jaxel. Thanks, Bungie, for the cool gifts. See what the deal is tomorrow. Or, sorry, on Saturday. Neato gang. Super duper. Should we just listen to this on max volume for the rest of the day? With a zoom in on little one? That's not little one. That's little one. I missed the unboxing, you did, and I'm deleting the VOD right now as we speak. Little one. But why? Aye! I made a mistake! To get allergic to VOD, insane. Alrighty. Cool. Let's go, baby. Neat. I don't think I've purchased a t-shirt for myself in a very long time. Between like sponsor and ex-sponsor and gifts, I literally haven't bought a t-shirt in like probably 10 years. Little one, what is going on with your face right now? Ready? Smile. Said smile, don't look dead inside. No, Tiny the bean animal. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. I need a shirt and hoodie so badly. We can make it happen. Yeah, I gotta update the store indeed. We still have our holiday stuff on there. I gotta get rid of that. Hello, the bean. Oh, she done be snoozing soon. Oh, I'm not even touching you. Why are you making cat muffins or whatever the fuck? Alrighty. There's Mr. Cat. He's gone. Cool. Best stream ever? Not yet. Now it is. Right? Bitch. I was thinking, by the way, Salute, I love your holiday hoodie, but I noticed I kind of missed your branding. Like it had key art, but no Salute name or Twitch. It has a logo on it. You talking about like the dragon with Teddy? The logo is on the border at the top, I think. Tiny little logos there. Cool. That was a neat branding. I'm curious for more about the game. We haven't, we're not sponsored, by the way, or signed an NDA or anything like that. They just sent me a gift box, so it do be their marketing campaign. But yeah, it's a PvEVP extraction, right? Game, so Tarkov E style, things like that. We'll see. Maybe they'll announce a playtest or something soon as well. Yes, am I completely blind again? Yes. Hi.
Go to the corner.
GT. Hi. Thank you for the 59-monther. And we'll come back. All right, we just hit endgame. God bless. They also toned down and nerfed the size of some of the Act 3 zones late last night. If you guys missed it. Drowned City, Utsal, Apex of Filth, Azek Bog, Infested Barrens, Jungle Ruins, Chimeral Wetlands, Jaquani's Machinarium, and Sanctum. And they also increased timers for zones with side zones to not reset while you're exploring the side zones. Oh, they will do it. Okay, soon. I mean, we're done with it. We're starting endgame now, but Sloot.shop. Sloot.shop. Little one, are you eating enough? Yeah, the dev interview is in 2 hours, right? We'll watch it, obviously. We should watch it. Bro, when I was going to bed last night, played a bit of Rivals before bed, as usual. Infuriating. I went upstairs because I do a bit of cleaning before bed in the kitchen and clean their bowls for the next day and stuff like that. I look outside, motherfucking blizzard. And I was like, no way, dude. Mid-April. Like blizzard. Thick, heavy snowflakes moving basically horizontally because it was so windy. Now there's just snow scattered all over and it's windy and there's just snow scattered all over the streets and stuff at the moment. Classic white girl summer. That's what little one's getting her body ready for. What was the reason for pulling Blizzard and nerfing everything? Because shit was too overpowered. Or some shit was too overpowered, but yeah. I don't know. Retuning. What Rafe said. Hey, it's the Skunkers. It's been so nice here. It's definitely unseasonably snowy at the moment. Usually by end of February, March-ish, we're kind of done with it. Mid-April. If I didn't know any better, Chad, I would say that the global climate is changing for reasons probably unbeknownst to literally anyone in the world.
Rayclast is wounded. The initial cataclysmic event is over, but corruption is still radiating from certain locations. From these points, travel to one of these regions and investigate.
Use a map device to travel to a map.
It is still
Can I do it from my... Can I do it from my own
back
place?
with your findings,
my hideout?
and we
Damn,
will
look,
plan
you
our
really
next
fucking dug
move.
into my arm. Look at this shit. You just rolled off.
A sight for sore eyes.
I can't really see it on the cam. My skin's all puffy and irritated from her little bites. We snowed the other day. Okay, climate goddess. We snow together.
What is it?
Buy or sell items. Nice on twos.
Of course.
All right, let's see all the changes they did to endgame stuff. Where is the hooded guy? Wait, who IDs? Is it not the hooded guy?
Hello.
Or is it
What is it?
Atului? Who does?
What is it? Yes.
This is the disenchant. Okay.
Speak.
I think he's bumping my character down here. It's making me like, what the fuck? It's like rubber banding me when I go in there. When I go near them. Squire. Attend me. Ready, sir. Let's see what endgame changes they have, shall we? Let's see how it feels. Hey, Cora, I'm going to visit your motherland again. Where do you recommend I eat pierogies? Pierogies. Pierogies, as Americans call them. Sauce, what's up, dude? There's a map. Why is the question? Does it matter? Get out of my country. Monsters deal extra cold. Areas, patches of chilled ground. Gold time in this area. Monsters have increased ailment threshold. Ooh. Monster damage pack size. Let's do this. Sure. Surely nothing better weapon. There's nothing here, man. It's the 11-bit thing again this year. They invited me to go again. Okay. Something I can tell you they already desperately need in the end game, and I was hoping they'd add it, and I still hope they add it at some point. It doesn't matter literally this moment at what we're looking, but as you explore more of the map, you need like a fucking RTS mini-map view. Nah, I'm saying, mofuckers. Reliquary Vault. Oh, so are maps randomized, or does literally every person start with this map layout? You guys know what I'm saying? Like, does everybody have the Realm Gate here and the Reliquary Vault here and stuff like that? Finding a food coma, spicy. What is chashu? You should, Jaxel. Is there a raid style thing in PoE? There's nothing that requires multiplayer, if that answers the question. I'm very, like, acid refluxy today. Let's see specific places might always be there, but everything else is random. Cool. If I'd manage, yeah, I'm always down to meet people when I go to those places. Sure. Yeah, if like time allowing, obviously. But yeah, sure. All right, let's go do stuff. Why can't I go here? It's literally connected. Interesting. Okay, let's go to the sulfuric caverns. Meet people. Isn't it spelled M-E-A-T? Ahoy, Susie. Wait, I just realized.
The air's choked with poison. Every breath's a battle.
Just gotta update my title in a second. Yeah, little one, you're eating? Good. Alright. Eat's alright then. I was bossing on Amazon. We're just starting. My build single target is like okay. It's not great. My AoE is really nice though. I'm hoping some of the single targets going to be solved with some multipliers and crit coming up. It used to be really bad and it's gotten like okay. Now it's like decent, but not good enough. Yeah, but I think crit and some more like pen and stuff like some more multipliers will solve it. We gotta cap our reses and stuff, man. Just remembered. I don't really have much choice right now, though. Well, we need mats, right? We need to craft. AKA, we need a ton of exalted orbs. You got Shocking? Shocking's from my embedded spears, yeah. That shocks. So I'm kind of just saving it for bosses or rares. Because the electrocute build-up on this just fucks them anyways, for the most part. Keeps things moving faster, those buttons to press and stuff. Whenever I get the stronger mobs, I have, like, 2 rounds, so to speak. Oh, there's like a couple things I wanted to change on my, actually, on my, fire arrow thing. I'll do that after this map. Kill all rare monsters in this map. Didn't they have a thing where they, like, revealed all the monsters after a bit of time? Like Diablo does? Am I misremembering? Or, like, when you're down to the final monsters, I guess. Meow, meow. It's when you're below a certain amount. Gotcha. Neelis, dude, thanks for the 33 Primarino. What is the gut button? Straight through the ass. Electrocute's pretty neat, yeah. The problem is a lot of my damage amps come from, like, Electrocute and CC and stuff. Also because of the way Huntress is built outside of my own build. Which is why, like, it's weaker on bosses, because you're not exactly electrocuting bosses non-stop. So I just need to capitalize on the big boom on that. But on mobs, it's really easy to electrocute. We have so much electrocute stuff built up. As soon as they get electrocuted, they just get fucked. Like 2-3 spears and these GGs. Can you open this, please? Thank you. Greater Mind Room. What we really need are better Jeweler's Orbs. I think one thing I really like about Electrocute is it's good defensively as well. It's one of the things I liked about our cold shotgun build on the Mercenary and when the game launched. That it, like the freezing and the walling off also helped a lot defensively outside of needing stats, so being able to stun things is nice. For 5 seconds or whatever it is, which is a pretty long time.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
I peeked it.
Did we see the Diablo 4 roadmap?
I haven't looked at it on stream, if that's what you're asking. Also, like, there's probably a bunch of stuff we can min-max here that I like haven't looked at properly yet. It wasn't really like, I mean, not to like poop on Diablo. Obviously, I've had fun with Diablo. We're gonna play some more Diablo in the future, but I didn't see like was there anything important on there? January to April, Witchcraft powers. That's the current season, right? Blizzard! Permanent additions, new Armory, Whispers, QL update, new lair bosses.
Before this, Po2 that, in the end and Grim Dawn will be true ARPG gods. Still waiting for you, stop slacking and play Grim Dawn.
I'm not going to play Grim Dawn probably anytime soon, man, unless I get some like big content bump. And literally for no other reason, just because I hate you, Ace, yeah. But thank you for the 93-monther, by the way. Boss powers, Aspiration, Incursion, Earnable Feline Pet, new IP collab, 2-year anniversary, new lair bosses for permanent additions. Belial, huh? Lair bosses, Reliquaries season journey update. July to September, Sins of the Herodrim. Roderick powers, dungeon escalation, earnable pet, new nightmare dungeon activities, console, keyboard, and mouse support, and more. September to December, Infernal Chaos. Chaos powers, reputation board, Infernal Hordes update, earnable pet, new IP collab. More to come, and then 2026 leaderboards. Didn't they say they were going to do leaderboards 2 years ago? A year and a half ago? New ranking system and a new expansion. Ah, yes, another $60 expansion so they can tell 8 hours of story that don't lead anywhere. I'm not salty, you are. Somehow again, Belial returned. Shocker. No, seriously, bend over for the shocker.
Come on! Straight through the arts.
I am very excited for Ellie, though, by the way. Ace. What's the selling point of Grim? I haven't played it. I'm just memeing with him, like I'm sure it's good. I've heard mostly good stuff about Grim Dawn. It's just there's enough ARPGs under my belt right now. Is all. Plus other games. What do I have against Grim? Literally nothing. I just never played it. Unless you weren't asking me. I'm extremely excited for last podcast. Yeah, we're gonna Jam-a-Llama stuff on Friday. Oh, Black Betty, Jam-a-Lamb. Oh, Black Betty, Jam-a-Lamb. What's this do? There's something weird about, like, it's like a third item today that I've clicked on to pick up, and it just throws a spear instead. Seems like fucked with their item title or something. Tilted. Just have to wake up before an problem. I wake at like 10 a.m. every day. Latest 11, which is like deadline for doing Mr. Cat stuff. Yeah, you do realize I do stuff outside of the stream with my life, right? Like, if I'm not streaming, it doesn't mean I'm asleep. I know, it's hard to comprehend.
Lightning strikes twice.
I thought we're getting lucky with waystones, but there's a shit ton of waystones right? Or, I mean, 2 in one map seems like a decent amount. You have a life? No, I mean, no, I didn't say I have a life. I just said there's stuff I do outside of stream. You just imagine you turn off when stream ends. Mr. Rob comes in and flicks off the power button and then flicks my beam and then goes to bed.
Need a moment.
Ignore that last part. That's the last guy. That's how I've always imagined it. Beam flicking and all. Good experience in these maps, though. I mean, obviously, it's like the first map we're doing. I think it's kind of worth full clearing this map right now. These early maps for sure. Need stuff. Those are the easiest maps are ever going to be. Well, I mean, relatively. Get some insane items and make them much easier for now. In terms of set numerical difficulty.
Launch on. Straight through the air.
Superior Ultimate Flask, Part 7. But yeah. That, you know, I didn't really, like, think about what I just read for the Diablo stuff, but, I mean, like, it looks okay. Is it... I don't want to, like, start shit about Diablo. Like I said, I have fun with it, but is it just me or did those updates for the next year seem, like, a little skimpy? Question mark? There didn't seem to be anything on there that's like, whoa, wow, that's Giga. Like, Nightmare Dungeon updates for an entire season was, like, one of the few selling points for a season. Kind of weird. Yeah, what are you doing, Ray? Oh, Black Betty. You don't think that's the whole thing? I mean, it was a roadmap, no? Isn't that supposed to include all the features and stuff coming out? Things to look forward to? I mean, obviously not in a finalized format, but still, yeah. Ow. That's hurted. I need to get my evasion up. For us like Tears again, nobody cares about that shit. I mean, I got the meme slash little semi-aggressive meme sentiment, but not true. People obviously care. Not as many people. I wonder if, like, internally they've put some D4 development on the back burner a bit. Like, taking some investment out of it. Not fine. Well, I mean, indirectly, financially. Like, I mean, in terms of, like, workforce and stuff. It just, like, hasn't really performed up to probably what they expected.
That was almost a challenge.
Is that supposed to drop a one tier higher waystone? From the... Oh, it's only from bosses. I think it's from bosses, right? Twister builds at all a hand damage-wise? They got nerfed, though. Well, they got fixed, but yeah, they're probably still good.
A sight for sore eyes.
I'm waiting for D5 at this point. Might be waiting a while. How many expansions do they have planned for D4? 3? Question mark? I'm gonna keep that one. Take a stab at it, shall we? I don't need to do this. Need the materials. Bro, Affinity's one from runes, I beg. I know it's coming soon, they said. Or soon TM, but... I mean, what are the chances that we're gonna get a ton of physical on top of it? That's a big gamba. That do be a big gamba. Oh, 100% it will be, dude. Can't Tiger. I literally just memed about that before you got in here. Let me make a POE thing. I mean, you could just tell me, Rafe. Like, I don't need... Don't waste time making it too in-depth, because I'm not going to, like, vastly switch my build. I mean, just tell me if it's, like, one big ability you're using or something, you know? Don't stress yourself over it. Not that it's a stress, but mind. I mean, just fucking send her, dude. Maybe it works out. Oh, do we really want to use an Exalt on this? I mean, if it rolls Fizz, we're in biz. Fine. God damn it. It dangled the carrot. Well, we need it to roll flat % Fizz now. Or like plus Fizz. Last input. I think we got enough. Is it bricked? I don't know, actually. It doesn't have quality. It is missing lightning damage, though, but that's not, like, as huge.
Greetings, Pioneer. I hope your day is going well. If it isn't,
it just
please pretend it is. Morale reports are due by 1,700 hours, and we wouldn't want to falsify corporate records again.
Blizzard! Blizzard! Boy, Yolzy. Lucier, man, thank you for the 125. No, yeah, we can quality it easily. I mean, the attacks, the speed in general is just big. Oh, it's not even socketed, dude. This is easy. Easy upgrade. It could have been better, but it's still Giga. And then 15. We don't have a lot of blacksmith's whetstones. Do we have the means to make a greater rune? No. but we can make, but we can put a 20% in. Close though. If we had one more lesser iron rune, we could do a greater. Is it worth waiting to get an iron rune? To get an extra 5% dam on a weapon? I think it probably is. This is still an uppy in its raw form. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I think it's worth the 5% to wait. Okay. Next. Stormlance Lightning to replace Sniper's Mark. That's exactly what I'm using. Oh, you just reminded me as well, Rafe. Not directly related to that, but I want to swap some stuff out here. We don't need this anymore. You can replace runes World of Warcraft style. Like you can overwrite a rune that's there. Really, would I have enough strength for this now? How? Sucks. Maybe we need better rings. Oh, I forgot to. Speaking of rings, I forgot to swap my rings out. Whoops. That's why. It's because we're not wearing those rings. That's why we're missing so much strength. There we go. That's good. That's a big deal, that aura. Lowers their ailment thresholds, so I can shock them even easier. It's also a bunch of life. Support us for $1.99, no thanks. We're like very similarly built, Rafe. The only difference is you've already built into crit, and I've built into thunder instead. And you've built like a little more ST, and I built more AoE right now. And we've just reversed what electrocutes and what shocks. Yep. We'll be watching the interview together. Yep. Yes, sir. Oh, this room I just peeped. I don't know what to put in here. Maybe just pen. Let's do Ignite. I'm not really doing anything with Ignite though. Just do Fire Infusion, I guess. What time so I know when to tune out and mute? I cannot stand Ziz's voice. Jesus. I don't know exactly when it is. I think it's in an hour and a bit. Does anyone know exactly the time? Like 1 to 2 hours, something like that. 5 p.m. Eastern. 2 hours, 10 minutes. Okay. We go again. Additional packs of plague monsters. Players have 40% less recovery of life and energy shield. That's not ideal. Area patches of chilled ground. Additional packs of bees damages extra fire. That's fine. Our fire's back up. Alright. That's everything I wanted to do. No, don't remember. We need one more iron room. Okay. Let's go. Oh, this one he has a nasal voice? I don't think it's just as a nasal E voice. He has a light voice. Just can't stand his voice. Alright, is what it is. Fair. Any accuracy over like 100% is converted to crit if you spec into it. Core. In the ascendancy tree.
Lightning strike twice. You're mine.
Did you end up jamming Rivals yesterday? Yeah, well, I usually play a bit before bed. Not every day, but I think I went down to Diamond 3. Then Diamond 1. I won 2 games and then teamed up with Terry and we went like 2 and 8 or something. Great. Super fun. Just literally people don't know how to DPS. Oh, right. I only have 1 fire spear now. Alright. I'll have to get used to that. Damn, 1,000 goldie. Ouch, yep. Yep, very fun.
Hot and scum.
Very fun. We literally like popped double healer ult perfectly after the opposing team popped like we like counter. Like, I don't know how many times it happened last night where we would like counter an enemy ult times like 2. Their healers would have ults, and then we'd layer on like push the payload. We'd layer our healer ults aggressively, and just like nothing would die on their team. Their DPS was so bad, so we just nothing happened. It was just like back to square one. It was like 3 or 4 games like that. Coming from. I know the feeling, yeah. Very fun. I have this thing where, like, you know, when it's getting late, I usually go, okay, like, I'm out of here next win kind of thing. I gotta stop doing that. Next win takes like fucking 2 hours. It's just like a brain thing. I want to do it, you know. Fucking crabs, dude. Oh. Saw the explosion. Tried out to roll. It was just a second too late. Close. Like. You do the exact opposite. Yeah, it's just like a feels bad thing to log on, to log off with. 'Cause then you like log off all like pissed off and shit. Giga pissed off, if you will.
Straight through the art.
But, yeah, I'm hoping the, Season 2 changes to, like... I'm hoping that Season 2 changes to, like, getting rewarded for better gameplay, or, like, not losing as much rank and stuff like that. Ends up being good. It's, like, legit fucking cool.
A worthy foe.
Like somehow the other team always has like that 1 or 2 really good DPS, and yours is just not. Or like you have a fucking group that doesn't put down walls and like hides behind fucking walls even though he's getting spam healed. Or like a shitty offensive penny or like things like that. You already hate the map changes? What do you mean? I assume not to this game. You don't play this game. What map changes? That's a Rivals, obviously.
Take this.
Working on my 4th account right now, currently plat 1. You have a pro. Map changes Rivals S2. What are they doing? I don't remember reading notes about map changes. Just like that there is a new map, right? Thank you, thank you. Gigar tanky. They removed 2 maps. One is Royal Palace, so Domination. I don't remember exactly which one that is off the top of my head by name. I liked Tokyo. Yeah, removing maps is weird. I agree with Kent. The schedule on patch 1 come out, XCar? I think it's in beta branch. Last I checked, like a day or 2 ago. I don't know if it's like out on public launch yet. But maybe somebody can confirm. If they've been playing it. 18% lightning pen, 30% crit chance against enemies with lightning exposure.
That was almost a challenge.
We begged her for me, Lord. Okay, let's go away.
Won't say no to a spot of shut eye.
In the next day or 2, it'll be out. Cool. Should line up well. Barrel, barrel, meow, 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 meow. Man, I miss the days when, like, we play these kind of grindy games. You know, it was WoW at the time. In this case, it's PoE right now, whatever else in the future. Once we've had our fill of,
Time is not on our side.
once we've had our fill of, like, the in-game music, we start just blasting our own jams and stuff. But we can't because it's fucking DMCA. I want to listen to some actual music right now while we're just chilling and grinding maps. Whoops. Damn, that did a lot of damage. That was unexpected. What was that? The ground or an explosion? Back in the day. Can you not split your audio? You can't on YouTube. If we were Twitch only streaming, you could. It's still a risk associated with it, but you could. All right, we have XP penalties now. Truth is, we've actually ignored our defense for a while now throughout the campaign, so we actually are a little squish. 57% evasion, and that's kind of it. We gotta get acrobatics rolling, which means we need a lot more evasion.
Here it comes!
Res cap, etc.
I've no mana.
Why did that spear go to the far wall?
A worthy foe!
But the problem's YouTube.
Need mana.
Maybe Twitter? I don't really know what the Twitter situation is with. I mean, that's like count whatever for Twitter, but YouTube's like overly aggressive about this shit. I can't even watch like show and movie trailers without getting the stream DMCA'd and demonetized for that live stream. About different split audio, yeah. I mean, I'll look into it. Maybe there's a solution. I don't think there's no easy solution this moment for what it's worth. Unless I want to not stream on YouTube today. This is not a good idea. It's like my mom is already at 2 question marks. There's a lot of rice strafe. Now she just keeps nagging because like it's tax season and we're trying to get a new accountant right now. Which came recommended from like a family friend, and the guy's basically just, I mean, it's like taxes are due in like 3 weeks here, less than 3, end of the month. And this guy's like, yeah, for sure, we can like work together, and just like hasn't answered me in like 2 weeks, so at some point I'm gonna have to just go back to the old accountant, which was just very expensive and a little sketchy, but running out of time. So I'm just like constantly calling this guy and stuff. I almost killed me again. That hurts a lot because that same thing. Is it this guy? It's Plaguebringer. Looks like it's that Plaguebringer. Yowza. So yeah, so I mean, just like in this like weird shitty limbo situation, it's like, okay, well, is this guy gonna do my stuff? Is he not gonna do my stuff? Do I need to talk to the other guy? You know?
Straight through the app. Die, beast.
I don't know. Could I just not pay taxes? Yeah, that's what I need. Get fucking audited like Costin did. And oh shit, I probably don't owe. I've actually been really good about tax filing and stuff, so even if I never got audited, I don't think there'd be any issue, but it's a fucking nightmare. They ask for receipts for like up to 7 years and shit. Depends how anal they are. They're like, yeah, do you have this receipt for McDonald's from 2017, 2018 on March at 3 a.m.? It's like, no, I don't. Oh, well. Probably have to pay some taxes. At least that's the rule here. You're expected to have receipts on all your stuff.
Heart of the storm.
Dating back as far as 7 years.
That was almost that good, but I'm better.
Oh, fuck me, dude. I found her voice like meme at the beginning, but like, what the fuck? About having to keep an eye on receipts, I throw any like paper receipt for small charge shit is like instant garbage. If I like go to the store to buy bread and milk, that is in the garbage. Anything like bigger, I usually get mailed receipts back on, like emailed receipts. Like if I go to like the dentist or the vet, and that's like, do you want your receipt? I just ask them to mail it to me. These are could be pretty good. Maybe not. Well, I mean, the resistance is nice. We are lacking the resistance. But the problem is we also just don't have
What
fucking...
can I do for
Shit. It's a lot of fire, damn. No, wait, I should have hammered that. Right? I don't have any exalted orbs. Barely any. You know, like buff our current gear a bit. Did we get an iron urn yet? Nope. I would just have to buff something, like any bit helps right now kind of thing. Is this all done? No, this could have one more suffix, which could end up being a resist, which would be nice. Oh, good. Stun threshold, even better. It's not bad, but certainly prefer to resist. Just hire can't target to do your taxes? True. I've not been audited ever? Same. You see Twitter telling the egg to get good on his oh, that one guy. Why does she say bow instead of battle? It's like the baobab tree in Le Petit Prince, of course. Of course, that is what she's referring to. Meow, meow, meow. Gold ailment threshold. Rarity of items found in this area. Monsters are armored. That's fine with me. See what we do. Elemental. Hidden Garotto. Travis. We're going to Travis there. Did nobody read the Petit Prince in school as a kid? The baobab trees?
Lightning strike twice. You're mine. A clean kill.
True, dude. I've been audited for my state taxes, and they gave me a fine because they took the system to go out to send me their notice. Did you have to do any hard time? Speaking of tax, well, not speaking of taxes, but taxes got me thinking about the United States economy stuff, which got me thinking about Trump, which got me thinking about tariffs. You got me thinking about the fact that I just read that pre-order date in Canada now has also been delayed because they want to sync it up with the U.S. one while they figure out what to do about the U.S. tariff stuff, the pricing. Thanks, America.
Straight through the eye.
Oh, it's the shield guy. I thought it was like a fucking elephant. We suck. You're welcome. Thanks. You're welcome, neighbor. Hey, neighborina. Oh, it's the witch. That's the witch explosion one from Act 1. You bitch.
I've no mana.
I am frozen. That was scary. Let's go. Got this.
A clean kill.
Got frozen by the shrine. Very effective with that either. Just a bit. Just a bit of area of effect. Size, that is.
Lightning shatters bone.
Maybe he won't be around for much longer. You're talking about horny, right? I mean, for what it's worth, that wasn't exactly like... Not exactly on the edge of my fucking seat for the Nintendo Switch release date, but yeah. It's now a thing in Canada. Because of the tariff stuff in the States. I think it's because they want to, like, ship to NA at the same time. What about all the wee Mexican boys? Are they not part of NA? Where do they get their Nintendo Switches?
A worthy foe.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those memes go around over the years with different things, with like Simpsons predicted it and stuff. Turns out like half of those, I mean, probably more than half of them are like don't act like they're fake. Somebody just made like a Simpsons like graphic meme out of it. I don't know about the one you're specifically talking about, but it became like a meme thing. Maybe, like Simpsons predicted it, and somebody probably like AI Arts, Simpsons thing.
Look out.
Boom,
I'm
boom.
bent double as is.
Also true, Cat Dagger. How many years are Simpsons going on now? Like 35
I like
or some
it.
shit.
It's quiet.
Wild, that's for sure. I loved The Simpsons as a kid. Any of these irons, inspiration, glacial. And look. Since the episode, someone like him. Fuck yeah, but most of those came up. Well, I mean, okay, it wasn't necessarily AI, but like, I'm sure it was not hard to fake Simpsons. It is not hard to fake Simpsons art. I thought that was just you looking in the mirror too. Yum, 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 yum.
Ought to come in handy.
Come in handy. prefix on that. I don't think that's worth investing in. 3% spell damage.
A clean kill.
Ugh. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Actually, we don't need that. Secretary of the Interior Joe Rogan has declared everyone must hunt their own meat to survive. What would happen to Joe Rogan, dude?
Straight through the air.
I remember when he was just an innocent Fear Factor host. Crazy. Politics, dude. It's like where Asmongold's headed too. He just used to be an innocent World of Warcraft nerd. All he does is politics stuff.
You don't stand a chance.
Brother, how are you blocking electrocuted and stunned? Do deal meow 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 woof. I mean, to be fair, it's certainly increased viewership and popularity a lot, but what cost? What cost?
A worthy foe.
Where the fuck? Can't see the map. There we go. Cost your soul? I suppose if you never had one in the first place.
Need mana.
It's a large map. Could be a large map.
Need mana.
It's good money. I mean, it is. Politics certainly gets a lot of people talking, and I mean, it's just there's those controversial takes with it, right? So it always creates a stir, especially American politics. I find are extremely opinionated and volatile, and like almost
Straight through the air.
tribalistic defense of it.
This ends now.
The amount of like stay the fuck out of American politics comments I've seen over the years, especially during election time, to people that aren't American, it's crazy. Like it doesn't affect the rest of the world kind of thing, you know? It's like, okay. You're feeding the monster? I got a monster you can feed. Full on grifter mode. Just want to watch the world burn? Is that so much for a gal to ask? Oh god, it's all the way at the top. Wait, it's gonna be fat. Alberta's the best province? I mean, if you tell that to Mr. Rob. They'll probably disagree with you. Hello, Lilris. Hello, Stan. This Rob's bald, though. Nothing gets past you.
Storm's back.
So when the guy that wasn't in there was the main dude.
A worthy foe. No man, no beast. Stop me.
Worthy for... Got a little more here. Alberta's a bunch of rednecks. You're saying Mr. Rob is a redneck? You'd be correct. Arrogant. Isn't that a pretty national park in Alberta? If so, Alberta's probably BIS. Wait to go into other parts of Alberta.
Speak.
How good can Alberta truly be? If Senor Roberto is from there. Vision Rune. Fug. Waystones. Additional strong boxes. Pen 15% elemental res. 30 elemental res on monsters. Monsters have a chance to steal power, frenzy, endurance charges on a hit. I mean, that sucks for us, but we consume them so quickly that the chances of that happening is very minimal. And when it does happen, it'll be pretty rare. So that's okay, actually. More gold? I love gold. I haven't been out east really. I'd like to go though. Actually, did I go to Halifax? I think I went to Halifax. I can't remember. It's about as far out east as I've gone in Canada. Canada. Oh my God, Mom, I get it. Jesus. I'm gonna get in touch with them. Taxes are due in 2 weeks. I know, Mom. You don't pay taxes, you gotta pay interest on them. I know, Mom. It's not helping. You're stressing me out there. I'll shit on French Canadians. No king shame. Whatever floats your boat, you know. Scat porn is for some people, not for everyone certainly, but. Fuck you, shield guys. Pain in the ass.
No mana.
Oh, there are 2 yellows here. Well, as my group of Brazilian and French Canadians are not very nice. No, they're not. A lot of them aren't. I lived in Montreal for 7 years. They're incredibly close-minded and like snobby to non-natives of like the region, like other French Canadians. Told you guys how many times I tried to like practice my French, like getting in a cab, things like that. It's just like immediately, I had like people like scoff at me and like switch to English and like for no reason. Not nice, dude. Like, where's Dave Moose? Ooh. Throw all the rare monsters in here.
Need mana. A worthy foe.
Where's the fun? Thank God my hatred's more validated. Sort of like Toon is to all non-Toon 11s. Especially Toon's 11. Nothing interesting in them urns.
Heart of the storm.
I need Jeweler Orb, man. When do we get rank 4 Jeweler Orb? Or like the 4 socket Jeweler Orb? I thought that said Cinnamon Crossbow. Be pretty delicious. Might need to start working on the evasion part of the tree. Or a little more evasion. And then go into crit. We looked at this area here. Which is 15% relative right now. 56. 58. Okay. 58. The boring points. Ink, but useful.
This ends now. A clean kill.
Ahoy, Tiny. Sleep well last night? Stayed up past your bedtime, young lady. It's like 10 or 10:30 when you headed off.
No mana.
Hey, Owen, what's up, dude? Dudet? Duderina? No lies, a group in my present experience, French Canadians are not very nice. What was your experience with it? It's all your experiences of French Canadians being rude.
Wait.
Wow.
Bad double as is.
A leather vesty. Leather vesticle. Is there any talks for a Minecraft sequel? The only shit I've seen about the Minecraft movie is the big drama. I don't even know. I don't follow this person. I don't look at that. The Valkyrie, whatever. That like streamer girl, the co-owner of 1,000 Thieves. Apparently had like a 30-second scene that got cut because of some beef with Jason Momoa. And that is just like all that is popping up on my feed lately, and it's fucking annoying. Important stuff, man. Important stuff. 60 max life, 50% reduced evasion rating. Life regen, 5 rage when hit by an enemy, 10 rage when critically hit by an enemy. That sounds like something I don't care about. Iron? No. Mind. Any more cat videos? Oh, I do have a ton of cat videos on my feed, too. I just meant in terms of non-cat stuff. That, like, Punch Cat account. Good shit every day, man. That's good stuff.
God, beast! Lightning shot his bird!
Who fucking who? Yeah. Yes, indeed. I think the reason she pops up on my feed is because she used to be Sony's girlfriend, Sony Digital, that like Warcraft PvPer. I know he plays WoW anyway these days. I remember there was some drama with him a bit ago, and I liked his tweet calling her out, and I think algorithm's like, this guy will surely care about this, man. I'm like, man, where's my fucking Twitter's been boring lately porn threads at? He's in Thailand? Yeah, I saw. I got with Skull and stuff. Shit's gonna explode.
Proof of the prowess!
Proof of the prowess. Go get the edamame I took outstairs for myself. I'm getting hungry. I barely eat breakfast, or much for breakfast lately. I'm start getting hungry. I also don't have all my usual breakfast stuff. Like I go to Costco badly. I have like blueberries, apples, my little Baby Bell cheeses and stuff.
Your mana's gone!
Did you hear the doorbell? No. Look at a build guide for this character? No. Might be Toon at the door. Does sound like a good use of his time.
Come on!
Indeed. Okay, fuck, I hate this like light sand. I can't see my map overlay very well. But if I turn it up just for this map, then I have to turn it down for the other 9 million maps, you know? I don't care about that.
Lightning strikes twice!
It's an int, 65 int? What the fuck? For spear? Huh? Huh?
Need mana. Need a moment.
Let's get the tower? clear this stuff quickie. I was wondering if making a functioning building this game took some dedication. No, not really, dude. I mean, it's just like literally any other video game, right? You just need to read, like Rafe is saying, and just basic, like, video game synergy comprehension. There's nothing special about PoE, especially PoE 2. There's just a lot in it, but it's not, like, difficult, right? Ooh, I do lightning damage. Ooh, I can make my lightning damage electrocute. Ooh, I can spec into my electrocute, making, you know, mobs take 20% more damage. There you go, synergy. You just open up this massive, intimidating tree, but, like, it's very sectioned. You want dex-related agi bow spear shit? It's in this section. You want strengthy, blocky, warrior-y stuff in there? Castery stuff in here. There's, you know, some overlap, obviously. That's like, there's things you can use in different sections of the tree. And then I go, man, let's look for shock. Type in the word shock. What's glowing? Oh, that's glowing. Let's go read them, you know? Like, it looks intimidating, but it is... It's intimidating and there's a lot of information, but it's not difficult. It just takes a little time to... I mean, I honestly haven't even sat down to spend, like, time yet, just like CBA at the moment, looking into all the specifics in the tree near where I am. There could be something really good for me in there. I've just kind of drifted around and been like, yeah, that looks good, looks good. So there's definitely some optimizations to be made that, like, we'll probably do later, but it's like to put something functional together is not crazy. As long as you just take a bit of time to just learn, talk with other people, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, these could turn into something. I mean, anything could turn into anything, right? Crit chance 13.9. 109 physical damage. I mean, this could end up being poggers. The problem is the 65 int, though. Like, that's insane. That's a lot of crit, though. Like, holy moly. Holy guacamole, that's a lot of crit. It's already rolled physical, though, twice. They could still roll attack speed. I mean, like, we have, like, how much int do we have? We have 7 int. That's just so much crit, though. I would have to dedicate so many passive nodes for this, or, like, get an int. I mean, I'll keep it for now. Like, I'm not desperate for the little piece of shit it D's into. I'm still gonna keep that. It could turn into something crazy. Did we get an iron rune? Can we get a fucking iron rune, please? Vigi game. And this, I'll throw a regal at it. Lightning resist, cold resist. Once again, another piece that requires exalted orbs. God, I wish we had more exalted orbs. This is Dodge. Shaka Khan. Okay, I'm gonna go get my coffee and the edamame from upstairs. 10 bramble monsters, pack size. Players are cursed with elemental weakness. I don't know what elemental weakness does. That sounds bad for me, though. Monster deals extra lightning damage. Monsters break armor. Revives available 1. Save that for a bit later, I think. Monsters penetrate elemental resistance. Scary.
This is the first precursor tower we've seen. You should take control of it.
Edamame, the actor, yeah.
Its properties. There may be considerable foes in proximity. These towers channel forces we do not yet understand.
What do you mean, why not both, right?
If you see any sort of central tower or nexus to the network, be sure.
Let's see how they change towers. Let's see what this reliquary vault. What's in here? Sure. Okay, I'll be right back. Quick break. I don't have to feed the cats yet. Probably in like an hour and a bit. I'm gonna get a coffee and the edamame, and we continue. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. I've retrieved a power bar and Mrs. Mame. Famous Hollywood actress. Let's see what this reliquary vault is. Wait. Start. Tours. Huh? What's going on? Can you not map this or something? Am I bugged? What's going on? It's not for maps? Yeah. What the fuck does it do? Something else, the keys they talked about. Okay. I'll explore it later. Back with what? Edamame? Famous Hollywood actress? This stuff? Green beans? You uncultured swine.
Fell spirit! Here it comes!
So I'm literally targeting the dude who's throwing them in different directions.
A worthy foe.
Bean peas? My favorite type. Are there two? Crit reduced.
Need a moment.
Oh, actually, I don't have crit yet. It's like fucking tanky. Weak to lightning too. Weird as tanky spooters. Oh, yum. Oh, wait, Rainy. Wait, did they? Because I saw Rainy's name. Did they post the new LE pipe week post or whatever today? Your next topic. They just did. Yes, I'll link it. Okay. I'm not gonna read it this second, but I'll have it open for when we get a moment. I saw something pop up in Discord. Do you guys join a lot of like Discords for games you play and you're interested in? I feel like I never join any of those community Discords. Seems like a lot of news goes in them though.
No mana.
I don't, yeah. Yeah, I never do either. Unless it's like a creator one, like for the marathon stuff, for instance. Maybe just like, or like the Capcom one that I'm in.
Lightning strikes twice.
Finding all the nice people being shrouded on. How could there be nice people in there if you're in there? I do it for the little red one. Check out the news. I think I inhaled like a little cat hair fluff while I was upstairs. It's like, I feel like it's in my throat. Not ideal. Drop up a hairball. I mean, I might have to. Those are weird. Boop, 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 boom, 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 boom. A bunch of water. There's a couple I joined, but I never interact in. Oh, I certainly wouldn't interact in them either. Just like for news purposes, I was curious, you know, if people do that. It seems that they do, my lord.
Pack's full.
Motherfucker. Mother trucker. Wait, okay, so hold up. The Ziz.
Put my feet up.
The Ziz interviews in 1 hour and 9 minutes. Is that correct? Is that co-erect? Is that co-carnage? In 9 minutes? Somebody said 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm just gonna open Zizrin's stream. Twitch.tv/Ziz. That's not how you spell his name, apparently. Zizaran. Alright, I have the stream open on the side. Take a look when it starts. Madam, it's almost 4 Eastern. Madam Webb. Blizzard! Blizzard! There, peaks.
Lightning strikes twice.
Slootaloo.
Don't stand
Thanks
a
for the
chance.
122, brother. How are you? Stefix, what do you think of French Canadians? Should they be trusted?
A worthy foe.
Tivetri? What is that? I prefer not to speak. If I speak, big trouble. It's okay. This is a safe house. It's a safe place. Speak your mind about French Canadians. Just in case the topic wasn't clear.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Last Epoch devs are doing an interview in 7 minutes, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, with talks about itemization if anyone is interested.
Would you... Actually. Okay. Anyone have a link? I'm just mindlessly grinding right now anyway, so that's fun. Oh, the Triceratops guy. Oh, fuck this guy. I'm just kidding. Oh, no. Give me a second. We'll make us something happen, huh? What we're gonna do is Vastly decreased PoE volume. How do I... Did they get rid of... There we go. If this is an hour, though, I will have to AFK during it to feed the cats, chat. How's that? Just leave it going? Oh, yeah, I'll be gone a couple minutes, so I'll not close it. Oh, is it in your chat position? Okay, 1 second. I can move it, it's fine. Did you start HC? We did, yeah. I just didn't want to like keep trying HC. Take a lot of practice and stuff. I just wanted to play. I'm still trying to pretend it's HC as much as I can. So still build like I would HC and then learn from the deaths and stuff. But I'm not like officially HC anymore now for this league season, whatever. Patch.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Okay, I gotta turn them up. Sounds quiet. You guys can hear, right? The his stream.
All right, Judd, Ross, Carv. Let's start with you, Judd. Quick sound check.
Yep. Test. Can you guys hear me? Testing.
How was it? Judd, good? Did I do an okay job?
Okay.
Can hear Judd. Judd is good. All right, you're good. All right, Ross, let's do you one more time.
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Was he a little quiet? He's good? Little low? Let me adjust you a little bit, Ross. I got you on my end.
Nice.
All right. All right, go one more time, Ross.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Better? Everybody's listening to your voice very intently. You're good? All right, Carv. We saved the leaker for last. Let's go.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Test. Torilla, is this working?
Carv the goat is good. Carv better behave. Yeah. All right. I think we're good to go, everybody. I'll do the silly intro and we can hop right into it. Goodbye, chat. It was nice knowing you. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Greetings and welcome, travelers, to a very special episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am here with the amazing team behind Last Epoch Season 2 Tombs of the Erased to talk all about this latest update coming to the game. It has been 9 months. They have been cooking, and I thought it would be an awesome way to introduce all of you and to just break the ice. If all of you could talk about your single favorite feature that is coming in Tombs of the Erased. What are you most excited for? Can we start with
makes us the most
Judd?
money.
Let's start with you, man.
For sure. Yeah, we have a lot of heavy hitters coming in Season 2 in this regard. I'll speak to one that I'm personally really excited about that might not get a lot of coverage elsewhere in the conversation. So for Gamepad, we've actually updated every single skill's targeting logic across the game, and they're just way more intuitive to how you'd want them to play. So For example, if you were playing Ballista in the past, it would be that you would, if you were focusing on an enemy, it would actually summon the Ballista on top of the targeted enemy, which would aggro the enemy and probably surrounding enemies, and they'd swarm your Ballista and pretty quickly dispatch it and kill it. And that's not exactly how you'd want Ballista to be played. With the update, we've made it to where even if you're focused on...
Is that one of those ranged
enemy,
weapons?
It'll act more appropriately, where it'll cast it to the side or outside of the group of monsters, which is a way better situation for
Ballista is a ranged weapon.
We've also updated all the mutations of skills, so anything inside the skill trees that actually might change the targeting logic or more desirably have the target logic change. For example, things like Atera's Blessing, there's a node called Purge, which cleanses ailments off of allies. And with the update, if you do have an ally that has an ailment on it, Purge and Atera's Blessing will prioritize healing that character instead. Yeah. Those are just a couple examples. Every single skill in the game has gone through this treatment and been touched. And there's also, we've updated it to have some target memory as well. So, for example, if you're a ranged character, imagine that you're a mage and you're casting Fireball. Previously, it would be that if you're casting Fireball at an enemy a couple times, they start to chase you, you start to kite it, you start to run in the other direction. What you would previously have to do is flick your joystick to the left, run away, then you have to flick it back to the right and start to, sling the spell again and flick it back to the left. In the update, we will memorize the target in which you were casting the spell at previously. And as long as there's not a new target recognized in the direction that you're facing with the gamepad, it'll just quickly turn around and cast the spell at that previous enemy, which makes it just way more fluid. And so a lot of really great gamepad updates coming in Season 2. There's even more changes to support this, like the inventory management updates.
32% increased damage.
And there's a lot more updates that we have coming for gamepad in future seasons as well that are already well underway. And remember, if you guys like playing on gamepad, it is something that you're able to hot swap to from keyboard and mouse, which is just a real cool feature to have.
That's really exciting. I know a lot of people love the options, and there's a lot of, I think like older gamers too that really like the ease that gamepad provides. So that's awesome that you guys focused on that, man.
Yes.
It's very cool. All right, yep, hands raised right now, yeah. So
that was me indicating the RSI that you get from playing these games.
Yeah. I think half our team has terrible carpal tunnel from picking up a whole lot of loot over the years. So yeah, I mostly play with gamepad just due to that.
100%. All right, yeah. Ross, what are you looking forward to, man?
Yeah, personally, I'm most excited for the procedurally generated tomb and cemetery
awesome.
that we've added.
He's bald.
In Season 2, there are a few features that would be developed specifically for long-term use, and this is one of those. What we've built allows the studio to both release new content faster and improve existing content.
Sweet.
For example, let's just see in future seasons we add new areas that are tied to seasonal mechanics, or we want to improve existing areas like dungeons or base monolith echoes. The new system we've worked on enables to do that a lot faster than previously. Specifically in relation to Season 2 though, we haven't had side zones in endgame before, and tombs are really the starting point for all of the new endgame content that we've added. These new zones feel good.
Are you talking about procedural generation?
Too large, not being too small. There's no loading screens when going back and forth. We've got new enemies, bosses, and rewards with them as well. With the extra time we've had, we've actually made some solid last-minute improvements here too, like rotating the layouts to navigate areas better with WASD movement, which we're also adding this season. So basically, you're always traveling in a direction that's comfortable for WASD in terms of the exits and entrances from areas. That sounds like a small thing, but it's great if you're using that control scheme. Note that future zones there will be built with this in mind. We're likely to revisit older content too in this regard as well. But yeah, for me, looking forward to playing all the content this season, but the procedural generation system has me the most excited for, the future development of the game.
That's cool.
The WASD change sounds big.
Yes.
I know what you mean. It sounds small, but it makes a massive difference, especially if you're grinding through these many times over and you want to try out the beta. And you got an extra few weeks to work on it, so WASD should feel a little bit better than it was going to on that April 2nd initial launch.
Absolutely.
Ooh, I'm excited for that. Awesome. Okay, Carve, let's close this out. What are you most excited for?
There's a lot of things, but my price is probably on the Weaver tree because it allows me to do a lot of cool stuff in the monolith, like not have arenas anymore, and a lot of target farming for items.
Wait a
Mine
second.
is,
You don't like arenas
shortest
either?
speed.
What?
I do like arenas. I don't like them in the monolith.
Okay.
When I do
You can
arena,
also-
I'll go.
Very cool.
push the
I
ladder,
saw that
you know?
Mike leaked the entire tree on stream last week. That
Yeah,
was
we might
bold.
maybe look at some nodes
Those
today
fucking
potentially
microstunning
at some
sucks.
point.
Oh, okay. Exciting. Well, you guys, before we dive into the main topic of today's chat, which is all about itemization, and you have a bunch of exciting things to share, I had one question that I just wanted to ask all of you. Because personally, I've played about 150 hours of Last Epoch. I'm not a blaster by any means, but I
Amateur.
usually bounced in the end game. And I think that a lot of other players shared that sentiment. But in these past 9 months, it sounds like you have done tremendous work on that end game loop and just providing new options, not only in terms of content, but itemization as well. Did one of you want to tackle that? What is this new end game supposed to feel like, supposed to
Not
do
this one, Cap.
and accomplish?
A different one.
Yeah, and so in terms of the goals, in short, we wanted to improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and set us up for future content. And you can split all these between short-term goals and long-term goals. So I'll start with the short-term goals. So looking back, Season 1 added a pinnacle boss, which the game lacked. It didn't feel right that there wasn't a satisfying endpoint for endgame in this regard, both in terms of difficulty and narratively. So this was great content, but it didn't add much to the endgame holistically. So the primary short-term goal with Season 2 was providing more content broadly at endgame, giving players more to do and allowing them to sink more time into min-maxing their characters. We knew we wanted to provide some element of player agency in terms of influencing the monolith. That's the Weaver tree that Car was mentioning. We knew we needed new bosses, new enemies, and we wanted to tie in more endgame itemization and crafting into the monolith. We've only really had that with the Eternity Cache, which is more in dungeons, so not specifically tied to the monolith. We were also keen to add our first side zones to Echoes as well, as that experience just didn't exist before. And then the secondary short-term goal there was responding to player feedback. So that includes a lot of changes like overall game balance, so buffs to underperforming skills and reducing the power of a few extremely overperforming skills, improving the balance between ward and health, adjusting enemy damage over time, and by adjusting I mean reducing it, and making changes to boss ward, and we've also added a bunch of quality of life features that people have been asking for, things like auto stashing, mastery respec, and so on. So all these short-term goals are around basically wanting to keep players more engaged with the end game, so exactly as you're saying, Try. In terms of long-term goals, that was simple. We knew we needed to develop a procedural generation system for long-term, as mentioned before, and we also wanted to add in mechanics in Season 2 that would also integrate well with future seasonal content of the game. So things like the Weaver Tree and Woven Echo Influence, those features will likely make an appearance when we're talking about future seasonal mechanics. So yeah, to recap, improve endgame, respond to player feedback, and just set things up nicely for the long term.
The Woven Echoes look very interesting, especially the post from the first day of Hype Week yesterday, a few of the previews. I'm just very excited for the special encounters and reward types that are locked behind those. And I know this, wasn't in my list, but Uber Avarath. Okay. How hard is he? Has anyone in the office downed him easily? Or is this like we'll leave it to the players to try to down this dude eventually?
Carve, have you downed him?
Yeah, I don't think there's been many people who have done it.
Did you did you do it ethically, or was it a little bit of a dev build? Giving yourself some pop.
I've done both. I've done both.
Awesome.
I think we've had some community tester members that have done it.
Yeah. We have people spend a lot of time testing that fight. Should be pretty bug free, so that's good.
Sweet. Okay. Well, that's exciting. I'm really excited to dive into that end game and the rest of these item-related questions. So let's kick it off with that end game itemization. So first question I wanted to touch on is, how much control over your end game do you now have with itemized or craftable end game encounters? And as you just said, they will be expanded continuously. So do you have any, ideas of what you want to do in the short term?
So, most of Season 2's endgame content is via Woven Echoes, which are items that drop, and then you place them into the Echo Web. Note that these Woven Echoes aren't craftable as such. You know, you're not sitting there and re-rolling them, looking for specific modifiers and things like that. In terms of setup, all you need to do is insert them into the Echo Web and run them. Some Woven Echoes have corruption requirements to be able to place them, but that's about it. So in terms of influencing the monolith, in terms of its rewards and encounters, most of that is done via the progression in the faction and usage of the Weaver tree rather than modifying Woven Echoes directly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
In the past, we've talked about itemizing monolith modifiers. You know, we even come up with a fairly concrete plan for that. But for now, we're more keen on keeping Echoes easy to run with pretty little setup. One element that we will be using more in future updates, though, is Woven Echo influence. So, you know, when placing a Woven Echo, there'll be a circular area, and that area will influence nearby Monolith Echoes. So, as mentioned before, when we have a new seasonal mechanic in a future update, perhaps you'll be able to use Woven Echo influence to add elements of that mechanic to surrounding Echoes and things like that. But yeah, to summarize, you influence the experience in the Monolith through the systems provided by the faction, rather than crafting on the Woven Echoes.
Got it. Okay. And Uber Eberth is the top tier Woven Echo, correct? Is there anything that's kind of close to him that requires a really high corruption to fight?
Jesus.
So I think it's like 500 corruption or something that you need to access it, but it's way more difficult than 500 corruption is. So if we just the same with normal Aberrath, where we give you access to it earlier than you probably are ready for it in many cases, just because we don't want to make you slog through like a long time and then you just instantly kill whatever comes your way. But
Aberrath,
in terms of difficulty, Aberrath is still probably the second hardest encounter in the game, unless we like start thinking about pushing very high corruption and then you doing these Woven Echoes there, because some of them do scale with modifiers and corruption. But in terms of like the earliest you get access to, Aberrath will be the second hardest fight still. Then we have Uber Aberrath, and there's some bosses coming back that people have wanted to see and some not wanted to see that are gonna be regarding some corruption.
You're obviously talking about Lagon, right? The ones people don't want to see, right?
No, there will be no Woven Echo with Lagon. Okay, there's no Lagon there.
Awesome. Okay.
Lagon, dude.
I have not been stuck on a boss in an ARPG as long as I was with Lagon. And then when it clicked, and I've been able to down him easily every time. So it took a little bit. All right. He's not that bad, guys. He's not that bad. Okay. Thanks for that answer, Ross. That's awesome. Okay. This next one has to do with something that the community brought to my attention. So there's a bunch going on with legendary potential in this update. However, lots of people have expressed that if you find an item with one legendary potential, it's kind of useless. It's kind of a feel bad moment. So are there any additional options coming for lower legendary potential items, like the 1 LP items that I just mentioned? Or are those going to stay as like the, oh, well, that could have been a 2 or a 3, right?
Yeah, so we're adding a couple of new features to help with the sort of, as you're saying, the life cycle of uniques. So let's just say you've got a bunch of relatively common uniques with low legendary potential. Previously, that was unfortunately the end of the road for those items. However, with the new endgame crafting options via Woven Echoes, you have a chance to redeem these items.
Really?
So for example, one Woven Echo has a crafting reward that allows you to insert a bunch of unique items with legendary potential and mass re-roll the values on those items.
That's good.
So that has a low chance to improve the legendary potential of those items and a higher chance to effectively fail and set the legendary potential to 0. Note though that if that does happen, you can of course use the Nemesis system to improve that and see what happens. You know, you might get lucky with the affixes that are chosen there, or you might regain the legendary potential there. One additional note on legendary potential is that it is of course weighted depending on the unique in question. So for rarer uniques, 1 legendary potential is already great. And it's even more powerful now with a recent change to the Eternity Cache that I think Judd and Mike have hinted at previously. So hopefully Carve is set up to demo that for us just now. He has been granted immunity to show things at this point, so he's safe. You know, his career, no problems there.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
Sounds good. Carve, go for the screen share, and we'll swap you on over.
Yeah. And before I actually show what it is,
Oh, okay.
we can do a
All right,
tiny
here we
bit
go.
of talking about why. Because there's a let me know when you have the
I
screen
think
open.
it should be good. I'll look at chat one more time just to make sure it's all set. Chat, can you see the leaker's screen right now?
Yeah, that's all you're getting, Jet.
Good to
We're
go.
just teasing
Go for
here,
it, Carl.
okay? We're just teasing here, okay? We no leaking here. So, you know how you have these very good items that you get your 1 LP on, and then you probably
The quality's kind of
farm it a couple times before you actually hit your T7 int or whatever you want, and then you somehow get lucky and you get 2 LP, and you feel like, okay, I just got a massive upgrade because 2 LP is better than 1 LP on the item that you already have 1 LP. Then you farm basically the same item, maybe a bit better than you used on the previous slam, and then you just miss. You just miss. You don't get the T7 at all, and now your 2 LP that you felt like was an upgrade is basically going to the trash bin. Well, there's a use case for that in season 2, but that item doesn't really go to the trash bin anymore because we are now allowing you to select 1 affix as a guarantee, as long as the dungeon that you do is at least tier 2. So I got lucky and I have a 2 LP red ring here, so I can just guarantee the int there, and then I get something extra cool.
Oh.
Cool.
This does mean that it's also easier to get 1 affix on your legendaries as well. For example, you don't really need to farm on average 4 red rings anymore to get that. You just slam it there now on the first attempt. Unless, of course, we allow you to go full RNG mode, and that just still picks it at random, because you know, streamers need to show that they're good at the game and they're lucky. But
all right,
for us peasants,
that's
we can just force the 1
peasants.
affix we want. The other affixes for like 2 LP, 3 LP are still gonna be random, of course. But yeah,
That's awesome.
it's gonna help a lot.
People are freaking out. They're very, very excited for this change.
This like half means something.
You,
because I don't remember
may have
exactly how this stuff
maybe
works,
deliberately
but
missed out
sounds
one
fun.
potential thing that could happen here as well, Carv. Maybe you left that.
Oh
door
yeah,
open.
yeah. So you know how you when you're crafting your normal items in the forge, and sometimes you get this nice sound, and instead of getting +1 tier, you get +2 tiers with the critical success. Now there is a very, very low chance when you're making legendaries to get critical success with Eternity Cache 2, which then just takes another affix from the item. So this could have been 3LP, but as with just getting legendary potential on uniques, the more powerful the item is, the less likely you are to crit success, and it's very rare to begin with. But so don't expect it to be happening on your red rings anytime soon. But there's a chance now. There's a chance.
Do we have some numbers on that chance? Like, are we talking, 1%, 0.5%?
Low enough that you don't really think about it, and then if it happens, and you're happy.
You're pogging out of your mind.
Well, that's pretty awesome. Should I take the magic away, Carve?
For now.
Yeah,
For now?
we'll have to prepare another thing soon.
All right, we're gonna take the magic away, everybody. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll see more magic in just a second. I promise. I promise, everybody. All right, there we go. Okay, magic is gone for now. That was pretty awesome.
It's in time for the boss.
Wow. Sweet. Thanks for sharing that, Carve. Okay.
Yeah, we've been excited to share that one.
I was seeing more huge W's in the chat than I've ever seen before on a live stream. Pretty awesome. Okay. So after that, wow, that was a big one. Okay. Another, I think this was the most requested question in like Discord, on the subreddit, when I was doing some prep sessions on YouTube and Twitch. People are also curious about idol crafting. Okay, they're like super interested in additional details on how that's gonna work, you know, what these idols are gonna look like. And I know you did elaborate a little bit on idols in yesterday's post, but if there's anything else you'd like to share here today with everybody watching, feel free, go for it. What's going on with idols in season 2?
Yeah, I can just show it in action quickly.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's leaking again. Okay.
He's fast.
Oh, he's going again. Okay,
yeah,
you
I
guys.
was fast.
Here we go. He's really fast. We're back in game. Go for it, man.
Yeah, so when you complete tombs or cemeteries,
Causing a boss fight for this.
or some of the woven echo versions of these, you'll see this little thingy here on my left side. And this is where you get to place your class-specific idols. So here I have a couple that don't have any enchants yet, and then here I have a couple that do have.
The boss, Chad.
So you simply put it here. I'm in a cemetery, so I have 2 uses. If this was on a tomb, it would be only be 1, and I'll just enchant it. It'll give it a new, usually a low tier. So this gave me a tier 2 enchant. These can go all the way to tier 7, and it gives you some Weaver's Touch as well, which you see on the top on the item. So it has 4 Weaver's Touch, and just like Weaver's Will items, you can just go slay enemies and it'll upgrade, or you can use that's the wrong rune. That rune. You can use Rune of Weaving, that will then convert some of that. In our case, it put all of it, and it just upgraded. So now I have a tier 6 of that. That's really interesting because generally you would actually get the second affix there as well. So that's an interesting coincidence. Let's see if we can get another one.
Tablet we got.
There we go. So here we have 2 new affixes, and they are tier 5 and tier 1. So we are missing, what, tier 8 total tiers? If you're very lucky, just like with Weaver's items, like Weaver's Will items, you can get up to double T7 here, which in Weaver's Will items would be like quadruple T7, but that's obviously very rare. So
yeah,
I'd expect people to get like tier 7 and then like tier 2, 3, maybe 4 on top or something like that. And of course, I didn't get what I wanted. Both of those affixes are kind of useless for me. So what I can do is, for 500 memory amber, which is the currency that you can farm now for the faction, you can re-enchant this. So what it does, it just removes the existing affix or Weaver's Touch, and then it adds a new one. Could be lucky or unlucky, getting the same one, but and then you can just keep doing this. So when you get your perfect normal affixes, then you'll just keep re-enchanting until you hit very high Weaver's Touch and the correct affixes on the enchant affix, and then done. So this is going to be a big sink for the memory amber.
And memory amber, I was just going to ask really quick, that's only found in tombs and cemeteries, or can you find that in other, instances throughout the game?
You can find it elsewhere too, but I would suspect most of your memory amber comes from doing tombs and cemeteries. Okay. And yeah, I believe these were also already teased as well. You see these little other idols here.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, since we're putting more power into class-specific idols, the normal, like the 1x1 and 2x1 and 1x2 idols would get left behind. So in these tombs and cemeteries, you can find new subtypes of these smaller idols. You can find minor, small. I think minor was small Lagonian previously, so we renamed that. And you see there's a different color affix on the top. So these idols have an exclusive better affixes compared to the non-Weaver version of these idols. And you will always be guaranteed to get at least one of these better affixes on these. And sometimes you get 2. And most of these are hybrid affixes, better versions of the existing ones, but there's also some new affixes here that I don't think. Yeah, Firepen and Minion Firepen is a new one. And then the increased health here with the health on kill is basically the upgraded version of the increased health on the stout idols that currently exists. I think it goes to 6. Yeah, 6%.
Goes to 6.
So there's some pretty good Weaver idols too that you can find.
Yeah, it looks like it. Now people are pointing out the uses on the Woven Enchanter. Is that tied to anything, or is that a base amount, or every time you clear one of these cemeteries?
In tombs, you get 1. In cemeteries, where I am currently, you get 2. And then some of the higher end Woven Echoes can grant up to 4. I think there's 3 and 4 for one of the higher ones.
Whoa! Look at those Woven Echoes right there. Oh, that was interesting.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Wow, I wonder.
People also get nice icons on them.
I really like the icons. I mean, your cursor could slip like a few inches, maybe. You know.
God, I wish I could slip a few inches in.
Do it, Garb. That. Yeah. This one isn't specific to itemization, unless we are thinking corruption as one for your alts. Yeah. There's some cool things in there.
That was a good slip. I liked it.
That was a good slip. I didn't even remember which is where, so that was actually just a random one.
And yes, the plus icon on those Woven Echoes tells you that you can get a Weaver tree point by completing that Woven Echo. The hammer implies that it has a crafting reward at the end, and the skull is a boss encounter at the end, and then the rest of them are more varied.
Yeah, we are actually in a cemetery of reweaving right now, I believe, where one of these rewards is, not all of these Woven Echoes are gonna be awesome for you. You might not like them, some of them. So what you can do is, you can just toss them here and exchange them and hope that you get better ones.
You can exchange them all at once, and they'll come out with 3. Oh my goodness gracious! You don't have to do 3 at a time.
Yeah, and it didn't waste that. Yeah, you can just fill this up, and it's just like puts them all there.
Well, that's pretty nice, if I do say so myself.
and it is pretty satisfying. And we're leaking some more here, teasing more. Yeah, I love how it's just like looks. There's like a little rhythm there too. Yeah.
Oh, there's a little sound effect that we can't. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm currently muted here, so
yeah, that's good.
There's no sound. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, that was beautiful. Thank you for showing off those idols, Carve. People appreciate it. Oh wait, should I? What was that?
No. I'll just. It's just the exit back to the.
Okay. All right. Here, I'll stop watching, and the magic will stop for just a little bit longer, you guys. Maybe some more magic will come on in.
I believe I need to prepare more magic now. Yeah.
Oh, more magic. Okay. Awesome. Sweet. That was beautiful. Okay. It is. I'm sorry. It's just making me giddy how happy everyone is in the chat. You guys have done a phenomenal job. They're freaking out. Okay. So, moving on from idols. Now, in the Ziz and Rax interview, Holly did a great breakdown of set crafting. And lots of people are happy this made the cut for season 2 because it was like teetering on the edge there for a bit, and bam, revealed set crafting's in season 2. So, on that, since this is the itemization talk, is there anything extra we can dive into when it comes to set crafting and what players should expect on launch day on the 17th?
Yeah, as I'm preparing here to get my showcase of shattering them, guess I can talk a bit. So set items they're kind of problematic in a way where if you can't modify them in any way, it's like a dead end item, right? You either use it or you don't. Obviously there's different ways to make them be useful or modify them. We didn't want to just do legendary potential, but for set items, because we already have that. We might as well do something other cool because we got items.
Forgot Ellie is set items. It's cool.
And this
Wait, this is a map?
allows
A tower
us
map?
to basically not have set items be a dead end, in that sense.
Like a dead slot. Like, oh, there's no movement anymore. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Now you will most likely keep improving the set items that you have as you find better ones, and you try to get higher tiers of the set affix because they have all the way to tier 7, and I'm ready to share some more again.
Oh, you are? Okay, we're swapping over to the magic screen again then.
Brother.
Here we are. You're good to go, Carve.
I died.
Yeah, so
Bro, those
I am
explosions are brutal.
at the end of the Great Bridge.
We need to get our resist up.
Where we see this nice little green glowy thing. Where you can put your set items. Obviously, I didn't have my set items with me, so I'll just open my stash.
Once I finish this
button. And see
map / power bar, I'm going to go feed the cats, but I'll leave this on for you guys, obviously. Be on for like 5 minutes or something.
I remember what the key combinations here are, so I'm just going to do it this way. I'm pretty sure you can do it manually, but there. I
almost just died again to that explosion.
That's the button.
Those are doing like 90%
And then,
plus my health.
Again, we see a couple uses, so you can just fill this up.
Plague mobs, I think.
And then you do that, we get the really cool stuff here, and we have a bunch of affixes on the ground. And each of these affixes, so they have their name, like this is Corsair's Blood Cull. So this is only going to work on helmets. And we can probably craft maybe some set items, maybe? I'll show you some. What would be cool? Vilatrias, maybe? Everybody likes Vilatrias, right?
Yeah.
So just like any other affix, you can just craft it there now. And now this is a Vilatrias Downfall Reforged. Each of the set item, we pick basically 2 modifiers.
What?
Yeah, and this is now a tier 1. This would actually be a very good contender for just sealing off, because you get the shock duration per int, and then you just get the base conversion for meteor, and then you can just craft other stats there again. But some of them are really powerful at tier 7.
Cool.
But there are items that there are sets that would be way too good if the set affix would also be great, because Vilatrias has the spell damage per int, and if you can see it, we actually had to nerf it. It used to be 1 spell lightning damage per 1 int, but we had to turn it down because it was just so good when you were able to craft this on a very high-end base with other exalted affixes as well. Is there any specific set Chad would want to see?
All right, chat. Come on, spam a set. Let's go. What do we want to see? Go, go, go.
Okay, I see Shattered Lance.
Yeah, I saw 2 instant. Oh, wow, a lot of Shattered Lance.
So you get your added health regen, and you get some gold damage, and yes, we also had to cap the amount of increased damage you can get from Shattered Lance, because the buffs to health regen. So it is relatively easy for very specific masteries to get that. And I actually, if you hide very quickly, I can show you the tier 7 of this.
All right, yep, I'll hide. All right, here you go. The screen's gonna look funky, everybody. We're kind of hiding. Let me stop.
I'm doing some magic here, quick.
There you go. He's doing magic, everybody. Okay.
Cheating.
Am I?
Yeah, you're good.
Hidden?
We can't see. Oh,
Okay.
wait. Actually, I don't actually know how to hide this. Let me. Which one is it?
I can just. You know what? I can just stop sharing quick. That's
Oh,
my
there you go.
start.
Yeah, that works too. That works too. Yeah. I was gonna do some hiding of all the different sources in Discord. So, or sorry.
Yeah.
and
yeah.
Work your magic. Got to leave some stuff to find out.
Okay.
You know, on launch day.
Yeah.
All right, we're
2
good.
wisps.
All right, here we go.
So
I have 2
that
overlaying
is
wisps
your
right now.
tier
in game.
7, and obviously all of the other affixes here are tier 7 as well, because magic be magic. So it can grant you up to 30 added melee cold damage. This is kind of interesting because you can also craft added melee cold damage as a normal affix as well. So you can get basically twice. But obviously the big thing here is the set bonus being just very good. Yeah.
Wow.
Some of these are pretty good.
Okay,
Yeah, we're really excited about being able to add set items more now that we have this system in place. So if the community has any ideas for really awesome set items, do feel free to plug them.
We talked about
plug
this
them in
like
the forums and
40
Reddit and our
minutes ago,
social accounts. We're really excited to start to add these again because right now we have way more uniques than we have set items because it was a dead-end item slot previously.
How did this come up? Like, were you guys just workshopping super hard to try to come up with this new idea, and you didn't want to step on the toes of legendary potential, but you knew you didn't want set items to always be BIS for some builds out there, right?
I wonder if this one is actually one of those ideas we've just heard in the community, and we just kind of workshop from there as a base idea. Yeah. This might be one of those. I'm not sure. I don't remember. We've had this idea for quite a while. Yeah. It's a lot of effort to to make the system, and this is a lot of new affixes with a lot of new numbers. It took a long time getting all the numbers in there for this. Just manual work. It took a long time.
People are
figuring out which of the affixes we take from the sets as well.
People are asking a crazy question. I'm not sure if this is allowed or not. They're asking, can we slap this on uniques?
No, the set affixes. No, the set affixes cannot be added into uniques.
Okay, great. Also, people were asking for the last bear. That was the other one that I saw being asked a lot. Is that one we could look at?
Which slot? There's a couple different slots.
Oh gosh, which slot? First slot wins. I don't know, chat. Chest slot. Go for it.
Chest slot is endurance with leech. Oh, this might be one of those sets that we actually buffed and we changed the bonus. I'm pretty sure the bonus is better now than it used to be. I might be this. I'm not sure if this is one. I don't think it used to have endurance threshold per strength, which it now has as a 2-piece. And obviously the 3-piece set being the 30 strength here is still massive. So this is one of those.
I gotta go.
One of those affixes.
I'll leave this up and I gotta go feed the cats. It's getting late.
Crafting a tier 1 and then just sealing it away and then crafting another tier 5 on top.
Yep.
I'll go back.
That's awesome. Ooh.
As you can see, some of these. So this is a suffix on the body armor. It's a prefix. So is it the suffix or prefix? Just depends on what the stats kind of make sense to, and in some cases, put it where it has to compete with other powerful affixes. And here we get health regen, well, increased health regen per strength, which is a pretty good, especially because this is just tier 1 right now. I think tier 7 goes all the way to 3% strength, if I remember correctly. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
We'll definitely see some set items being used.
100%.
In season 2 for sure.
Definitely.
But yeah, there's a lot of affixes we've added this season. You know, there's the set shards, there's the affixes for the idols, there's the champion affixes. There was a lot of work to do there, and there's more coming there as well. Can't say too much though.
Sweet.
There's been a lot of affixes have been added in season 2. Yes.
Chat, you got to calm down. We're not going to ask them to show all of the set affixes. It's not happening, okay? We got to leave some for April 17th when they launch the game. Come on. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
There's some cool stuff in there.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Let's let the magic go away. Just for a little bit, though. I'm sure will return momentarily. Here you go.
Yeah,
okay.
Maybe we'll give another teaser at the end or something. Who knows?
Ooh, okay. All right, we'll have to see.
Maybe.
We'll have to see.
If chat behaves, maybe.
Chat, you have to behave, okay? Or no teaser. You heard Carve. Oh, it says, there we go. All right, Cam's good. Okay. This next one was One that I thought would be a little interesting, given how much QOL is in Last Epoch. I appreciate that massively. I can like stay in the game when I'm looking at everything, whether it's theory crafting a build or anything of the sort. So is there ever a chance we'd get an in-game compendium of unique items with possible drop locations, since there are specific places where certain items dropped in Last Epoch? It might be an awesome quality of life, an incentive to go out and hunt for these cool items, you know. I know you can go on the wiki, right? Some players really like everything in game though. Is that something you guys have ever thought about adding?
Yeah, we're really keen on things like this. Keeping players in the game is definitely something that we aspire very heavily to do. We do this through things like having the game guide in game that has just a wealth of knowledge, including even things like damage formulas, and then also things like the Merchant's Guild Bazaar that keeps you in game without having to go to any external resources to target items or players like that. So keeping players in game is a really big goal for the studio. So this is something that's just right up our alley. Maybe this takes shape as something like a bestiary or something of that nature. I think long ago we actually had a decent mock-up for a bestiary, and I do think that this would be a very good value add, especially as we continue to add more and more unique items that are attached to certain activities or behind certain boss loot tables. So yeah, I think that's something that we absolutely could and would benefit from doing. I think we have something. What is the number of uniques that we have now in the game after this patch? We're gonna have over 300 or something like that, guys.
A lot, yes.
It's a lot.
More than that.
Yeah,
And
it's a
more
lot.
will come. Yeah.
It's getting up there. So yeah, I think it's something that we could absolutely do. If anybody has any suggestions on how you guys would like to see that implemented, again, we would be very happy to take a look at that. And if it's something the community wants and it's something that we can achieve, yeah, it's something that's again right up our alley.
That's sweet. Exciting. Now you're all over 300 unique items now. With every update, are you guys looking to hit like a certain number or threshold of uniques added, or is it more like, hey, if we have good ideas, we're gonna try to make them work, and if they make it through all the sprints and everything and they're good to go, we'll ship them?
Sure. Yeah, I think we want to be adding uniques enough that it hits a wide number of players, play styles, character builds, etc., etc. And with the amount of masteries we have, that number is, of course, a little bit larger here. So we're trending to have kind of a similar amount for each of these large updates, and I think that's something that will continue to stay at that level or increase over time.
Oh, wow.
They are things that implementing a unique item is really. It's fairly low lift for the amount of payoff, and we really enjoy doing it. They're just fun things for the team to actually go and brainstorm and implement. So yeah, it's something that we definitely are not going to slow down on making unique items. And now that we have set items in a better spot, we'll start to see the variety of items like this vary a little bit more as well.
Good to hear. And I might have totally missed this in the press already released. Set items, are there any new ones coming in this update, or is that for future updates?
I don't know if there is any more new ones coming, because there was such a large effort in getting the set
getting all the
crafting
affixes,
across the line.
Right.
It was something that we were, I mean, it was probably towards the third week of March or something like that. We were like, can we get this across the line in time?
Oh my gosh.
And we did. We slid into the garage door as it was closing with the set crafting, but very glad that we did. It's something that we've been really excited about, something that we've had on our minds for a very long time. We've always been pushing for certain uniques to exist inside the game. Like we've had this idea for a beekeepers set. For some reason, we as a studio love bees, and so we have lots of bee items in the BPS builds. And so with that, we'll be able to implement some of these fun ideas that the team has been talking about for, at this point, years. So.
Okay. One more total tangent question. You love bees. You seem to love capybaras too, and so does the community. Could there be, I know there's a cosmetic coming in the game, but maybe you actually weave that into gameplay at some point in the future? Capybara army sounds pretty cool too. Maybe.
Yeah. Do you guys want to see an army of capybaras destroying your enemies? Is that what chat wants?
Very possible.
I bet the animation team would have a really good time with that. I'm not sure if we're gonna do a capybara swarm of enemies. We'll see.
I had to throw that in there. Okay.
For sure.
Everybody's spamming yes, God, yes. Okay. Of course. Okay, this next question is one of the I'd say one of the age-old great questions of ARPGs. And it's like a hot button topic in the genre right now, especially. And I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So some ARPGs rely on best in slot items being picked up off the floor or being crafted. Are you happy where Last Epoch currently sits on this axis, or do you think it'll move more and more toward the best items being crafted from scratch as more items are available? Of course, there are lots of different systems in Last Epoch right now that allow, dropped items to be incredible. But with all this awesome stuff implemented, is it going to, lean more toward that crafting end? What do you guys think about it?
Yeah, the short answer is that we don't want to make you spend, hours and hours on just in town crafting items. We'd rather want to see you go slay some enemies and find items and then improve them. That's why we have like the exalted stuff, for example. Like you cannot craft it. You still have even with the new crafting items, like the runes, you still have to get those exalted items to drop before you can modify them further. So yeah, I don't think Last Epoch is going to be able to, or I don't think you're going to be able to see in Last Epoch stuff where you pick up an item base and then you craft it from the ground up to be the best in slot. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case. We value finding items a lot, and then just allow you to modify them in different ways.
Well, yeah, minimal downtime is nice. It's like the Woven Echoes, right? It's you're making choices on your tree, and then you're just running the Woven Echoes. You're not spending time, trying to craft and go to the bench and do a whole bunch of stuff there too. So that's nice. Playing monsters is fun. I would agree with you. And then having those awesome hits of dopamine when you get those awesome slams. So yeah, that sounds great. Okay. So here's another one that I'm curious about. So in your eyes, is there an ideal mix of unique items and other rarity gear? Or is it truly a build by build determining factor? So kind of meaning like, do you think that full unique character builds should exist in your game en masse? Or are the best in slot items almost always going to be those highest tier non-unique rarity?
This is an interesting one because we are not very specifically trying to make you always have a different item rarities on your gear. It's more so some builds just end up working with a hybrid of having some exalted in season 2 sets and then legendaries. Maybe in the future we'll have some items that further incentivize you to stack, I don't know, different sets or something like that, or exalted, and you get bonuses from that. So yeah, I don't think we are very specifically trying to make sure that never happens. Yeah. But with the set rework now, we're definitely going to be seeing less of full legendaries than before, which is, I'd say, is definitely a good thing. But that's more so because set items are now just, again, good in to use, not so that we want you to always have a mix. I'd expect there still to be builds that are going to be eventually just using legendaries, and in the future we might just get some other rarities that go in the mix.
I'll assume no.
Definitely.
So we like to have open or options open.
Yeah, more options is always good. Now, something that we've been seeing, throughout this chat, we saw a little glimpse earlier. Woven Echoes. It sounds like everybody's very excited about the introduction of these. So I'm curious, what other cool itemization changes might be coming with the introduction of Woven Echoes in Tombs of the Erased?
What is this? Armor, strongbox.
Yeah, we could spend another 2 hours here, I guess, because all of these, there's a lot of changes that do a lot of things, even if we ignore the Woven Echoes specific things. But I can probably show you a couple. I have one actually prepared already.
Already prepared? Okay, magic happening. Here we go. I'm ready.
Yes, magic is happening. And I believe Ross mentioned this earlier at the very beginning a bit, where having some some things on those, you know, 1 LP, 2 LP items like that. Like for example, let's take Aberrant, Tongue of the Aberrant Seer, for example. This is a item that is quite likely to be able to roll 3 or 4 legendary potential compared to a lot of other items like Red Ring, for example. But if you find this with 1 LP, this is basically a dead item. This doesn't really have a use. 0 LP would be better because you could just toss it into the Nemesis deck and hope to get something good, or it would have to be at least like 3. So one of the things coming this season is the ability to reroll the LP on uniques that have at least 1 legendary potential. And if it doesn't go up, it's gonna go back to 0. And again, so what happens here is it basically considers it as finding the item again, and then it checks for legendary potential. If the legendary potential is not higher than the item when it's here in the woven potential bench, it's just gonna go to 0. And then you get another chance to upgrade through the Nemesis deck. But sometimes you get an upgrade, and that's pretty cool. Don't expect your Red Rings to get extra LP again, because they are already very unlikely to get it with LP to begin with.
I'm like half paying attention.
But there's a point where,
coupled with,
you know, let's say you're playing a build that has
we're
2
gonna have
Red
to
Rings,
revisit a
and
bunch
you
of this
have your
personally.
tier 7 already on both of them. So the next upgrade would be to get a 2 LP version, right? So now there is a chance to get that. So when you find that 1 LP Red Ring, it doesn't just, it's not a dead item now. You have a chance to get it, like make an upgrade. Well, 2 chances.
Bro, I got 6th
First
wave of
here,
these
and
enemies.
then when it most likely fails, on the egg from the Nemesis. So I'm gonna expect some of these are gonna go to like 2 LB, and all of these are gonna go to 0. But yeah, here we go. And as you can see, on the side here we have some crafting, like affix shards, and that is. Because,
yeah, we're watching that too.
You know, Weaver is.
If this goes over, then we'll go over to that.
She
one.
doesn't want to take all of your things,
we're
so when
obviously
she
gonna catch
takes
up with all the
away
LE stuff.
your legendary potential from items, she'll give you back some affix shards.
Ah.
So all of these obviously went to 0 LP, as one would expect.
We beat the
most of these are probably going to be 0 as well. Let's see if we get, yeah, there we go, 2 LP. But most of these are 0, which then allows you to then send them back to the Nemesis egg, and you might get 1 LP back, or you might get legendary affixes and whatnot. So now we have a method for these items that don't really do anything to have more chances to be useful.
Right.
And then another cool thing, which was teased, I think, in the original trailer, that people thought was going to be this, which was the unique reroll. So I can probably go set that up, actually, real quick.
Also, a big thank you to Ristrave Fortis gift sub. Class says and supports me greatness, even if you don't.
Good.
Flex they even
Don't want to
34
reveal
man
any
slash
secrets.
Russia for getting him there.
It's pretty
So
exciting.
in the update, we have 36 different unique woven echoes coming.
Oh, wow.
We just recorded the patch video. I recorded that, and
This is what dropped out of the big chest, by the way.
This patch is
This
over
Corsair
20
cap.
minutes long,
So
and I tried to condense
cap with
it
a
as
hat
much
on
as
it.
possible, but there's just
Oh,
so
a
dang
cap
much
with
going
a,
on in the patch that
boat on it.
It's very very long.
A
In
Corsair,
the
if
patch,
you
I
will.
say there's 37 woven echoes, and the team called me out on it. So I apologize. There's 36. We'll get to 37 very shortly. I promise you.
Yeah, just, slam in on the work for that 1 extra echo. Just put it in.
I agree.
Okay, I'm ready again.
All right, you ready? All right, go for it.
Ain't no way, huh?
Okay, so this is the thing that you saw teased in the very original teaser trailer, which has a sacrifice and a reroll.
Nice coffin.
So this allows you to have another, yeah. So this allows you to sacrifice a unique or set item or reverse wheel item to reroll the implicit. So in here, the movement speed would be an implicit, which already is the highest roll, and then the actual affixes as well, which also happen to be max because this is a dev modded item. And the cool thing here is that remember all of the red rings that went to 0 LP. If I go to Nemesis egg, then they're most likely to get like some bad affixes. So what you can do with those failed legendaries is you could put them here. Like for example here, I only have a, well, okay, this is a very bad example, but I could imagine that the tier 7 int here is like a tier 4 or something like that. So I could use this to reroll the values here. And obviously because this had everything perfectly rolled before, stuff went down. But this is a way to basically those failed legendaries to spend them and hopefully like over a longer period of time, or just, you know, the first time get lucky and improve your items. So this is another way to slowly improve your items. And obviously this has some restrictions. So I cannot reroll 1 LP red ring with a 0 LP. It has to have at least similar power level. So in this case, it would be badly rolled 1 like affix legendary red rings most likely.
Got it.
But this is another way to keep like slowly upgrading your items. Because we've had a lot of people ask for ways to, you know, be able to do something with uniques, because sometimes you get lucky, you get 3 LP or something like that, and then all of the other rolls on it are terrible. Now, through the Nemesis egg, which I think is probably the best way to get like legendaries with like 2 affixes for something like red rings, like the more rare items, because it has a relatively high chance to just add affix on both of the rolls, like both of the upgrades, and you can just use those as a reroll whatever now, which is pretty exciting. So all of those badly rolled legendaries now have a purpose.
All right,
that's great.
We're gonna have to cut this one and go to the PoE one. We'll catch up with all this info on probably Friday.
And again here, obviously you can open the stash through the
Coffins, you've been warned. Zizarin is about to enter the arena.
We didn't want to just put the stashes here.
Yeah, you don't want to dirty up the place. Look.
State of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on, and obviously we are finding some. Are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again,
if we were streaming LE main right now,
right?
then
just what is the pace of the game supposed to be?
We will be soon. We'll catch up with that.
I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really a an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make, all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like, we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, doing that, I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like that's why when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. Is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like. People will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at like so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time, or in this case it definitely will, like it's shortened it by a lot, but to me it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't like the area despawns and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay,
well, you should.
If you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here.
Everything. Oh shit.
And
the thing I would say about that,
damn towers are crazy, so they affect all maps in range for their affixes.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if
the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah,
we should be more powerful than we were during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like
Jonathan's getting feisty, bro. Honestly, man, I can understand why he's getting annoyed. Like why he's annoyed.
Saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it?
It's shitty though because this is a customer's always
right
situation, so you have to be like
but like we're still looking for
nice,
what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for like that to slip through.
We have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of it's early access, so we're allowed. But we are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way.
What the fuck is the corrupted map?
It was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But It was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small.
Wait.
But the thing is that if, and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are.
The red goo, yeah.
Like I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
Lesser Jeweler.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that. But so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot, if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like, when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning.
I mean,
there.
To get more specific, like I'm actually. I have
I
someone
think
right
both
now
parties
literally
are
going through the areas, all areas in the campaign,
overreaching a
and
bit.
listing all the areas that have a
I
disproportionately
think Ziz is not
high
interviewing in a
number of
very
monsters that are
professional
too
manner,
swarmy or
and I
too
think
fast.
the
They're doing
devs are
literally as we
stepping out of
speak,
line.
and my intention after
with their
this is to go
respect, you
through
know?
it. And so, like, I mean, a good example
They're
is like
being
the canopy,
antagonized,
right?
but they're also
Canopy, the
reacting
monsters
to
are
it
real
when they should
fast,
be
and then
holding
not
their
only
tongue a
that,
bit.
you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to
Like
kill
having an
everything,
interview and being like, "Hey, this feature fucking
swarmed
sucks,
and-
dude. Your game sucks."
I guess I'm a
But
little.
just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them.
He's not fully
bunching
wrong
up
here,
in
by
a
the way.
large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that
If you
just
choose
feels
to
really
not
good.
engage,
a
that's
core
good,
part
but
of
you're also not
ARPGs
gaining
for a lot
anything
of people.
outside
So I
of,
don't
like,
think that
surviving.
being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is.
But you
Like,
also
we
can't
actively
have
want to kill
literally
monsters.
every
That is
monster in the
entire
game slower
premise.
than you, right? Like there has to be balance.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great.
I agree with this.
In
personally.
PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters
Let's do
faster than the
melee.
player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that it's okay if everything
Remix.
Okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels that they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or having any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life
He's not wrong,
like
but
if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is
He's not
fun,
wrong with this
but we'll
philosophy, in
do
my
that
opinion. It just went too far the other direction.
While still making sure that we have
like for like early
a good
campaign,
experience
specifically right now.
You know, like ideally for everyone, right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So
this is like
also,
not my
I sort of
experience at all.
disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1
In the
not
campaign
being
chat,
they received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really
in the
didn't
campaign,
like that.
we literally didn't die a single time to trash
because of what
all
you
of our deaths for
mentioned
bosses.
with like the
Like
faster
one shots
monsters
from
is
bosses or
generally
some
a bad
kind of like
thing.
insane overlap.
So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters
won't that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case.
Agreed.
Like, a lot of people prefer the
Not
game
like specifically to
like,
the early
actually
act. I
have
think
some
it's a little too
challenges.
much, but I agree with that.
Like for example, right?
sentiment.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I do test runs of everything.
What a
right?
fucking
And it's
nerd.
like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you if you get to the point of having
He's gonna get
like
memed for
everything
this.
just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. Thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like, for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus Canopy and Mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters.
Right.
You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
Yeah, the Farradon have a problem.
And then you get
there's the Titan Valley
I've
as
seen
well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that.
So much.
Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what you know. How much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there. Because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they are going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Utsal, you've got Canopy, we're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, you know, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like, there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why, again, why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad, and that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So
no, I thought that was an
there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, I mean, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like, we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And, like, things
Chat in
like
game's
the
going,
wolves in
damn,
the
Jonathan's
second
fuming
area,
right now.
Like, if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even, like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of, like, you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And, like, I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like, I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of, like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But, like, it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really, really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you...
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases, where there are a lot of people that just want
Really?
to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire
Remember that
gameplay.
time we talked about
every
PoE
second
1
moment to
versus
be
PoE
like very
2?
engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like, there is a middle ground that will work. Like, I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until, like, the rough edges are all sawed off, you know, sanded off, and then, you know, and then it kind of works. And, like, you'll get to a point where like, you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore, because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where
you're always going to have frustrating cases, because what I like, you might not like, chat.
I guess
so I'm like, this is not
with
frustrating.
everything
This
being
is
so
frustrating.
fast,
So they're
and
just going to
part
have
of
to
why I
basically
pointed out
try to
like
appease as
everything
many
almost
people as possible.
is because
someone's going to get upset.
It's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like 1-button builds. Like, as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that.
I agree, combos are kind of lame.
But then also, it is also important that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level.
I agree, but I understand what Zizer's saying.
Like,
amount,
right? Like there's an
they
amount
want to
of
set
that
up this
you
like
need,
3-piece
and
combo
there's
where you're
probably too
swarmed
much
by
of that
50
going on.
mobs rushing you.
But
Like,
you
that
still
ain't
need an
happening.
amount of that.
That needs to be like the bonus damage used on bosses and elites, like I am
we've been
now.
talking about like,
Not like the thing
the
you
last few
fucking
days we've been talking about some like pretty
spam.
extreme considerations and things, and like, you know, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is you know, I know this is like way further away, but like, you know, again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to.
Yep.
And
100%,
a lot
dude.
of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is
Especially for
often
like
from
a
just
newer
like spam
player.
and too
It's
much
awful.
stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So
Yeah.
making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then
Yep,
you kind of get
penis.
that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, you know, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like,
should go over
I
here
guess
and
that's an
juice
argument for
this map.
de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the
Yeah.
way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I
don't even
wanna,
know where I am
to
right
make
now,
sure
bro.
we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with the maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good.
I agree with the sentiment that combos either need to go and focus more on synergies again,
I actually do think there is a bit too
make
much
them, like,
of
the
the.
big
I actually like a
beneficial hit
little
on
bit of like
bosses
maybe a
rather than, like,
cluster or
spam.
two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously
welcome,
keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's
Oyster
kind of
chicken.
too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like,
yeah,
we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so
yeah,
it'll
What?
find its sweet spot
This
for
game
sure.
is launch ready.
And
That's
it's definitely
I'm
not
complaining
there
about
yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying the notables can be
Notables.
felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And
good.
So, like,
I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like
I really like Jonathan's like trying to hold back being
that,
like mega
having
angry right now.
that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get. That you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level.
I think this is a great interview. I don't think so either.
Saturating
No hate
into a
on
bunch of
Ziz,
diminishing
but
return, well, not diminishing return,
we can talk
but
about it after. I don't want to interrupt the interview now.
500 to 520% increased is going to matter less
I don't think
than
it's
the 0
anything
to
to do with
20
him as a person necessarily.
Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference.
He gets too emotional and it's too personal.
A lot
for
don't
him.
hit that mark,
and he makes it about his
some
immediate
don't,
like
we've
surroundings.
been trying new things there, so.
And like what he doesn't like about the game, or like what the people in his chat said they don't like,
So
which is like an
the
echo
next
chamber.
question, I want to talk a little bit about
which is why Jonathan's
the fact
right
that,
about like
you have only done like the crazy
pushing
large
back on
changes
like
between
I don't think it's
seasons,
everyone,
and you
bro,
talked a
and like
little
all
bit
this
about that
stuff, you know.
felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are
Like,
you
I literally-
still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with
talking
something
about
like every
update
2
frequency.
weeks, especially with like a warning
Like I literally
period,
disagree
like
with a bunch of what
changes
Zizaran
are coming
said.
in
So
4
like,
days.
how's it possibly everyone?
I don't
you know?
think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what.
Correct.
Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. Like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of the league,
which we're
just
doing,
can't do. Which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
So
Which I know we have that whole, philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like, there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So, like, I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, they're happy with the current balance. Like, obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like...
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time. And the reason why it'll feel that way is because, like, the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual, like, you know, like, all of the positive buff parts. And so it's like, last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of, like, bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and
They need to hire more
things
people,
up.
dude.
We didn't
They've
get
been off
to
more
do
than they
all
can
that
chew
we
with
had
this
hoped
game
to
right
do.
now. It feels like.
But like by that point, it's
They
kind of
won't,
too
though,
late,
but-
and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were. I like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though is like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep... We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can, and maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
2 days.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like, so the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day. You know, like there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll try to be more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funnier with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't, that's, once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like, your second, I mean, like, if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the, like, items and stuff that you have. Like, that is definitely the case. You know, like...
Well, a big thing that's missing...
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that, and at least so far we don't have that many alternatives for that, and our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver, so even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards.
Because combat's much harder. Having that extra gear like
is
makes
the
up for that
zone
movement.
largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one
I don't fully
would say
disagree
that
with
was,
what
like,
this
pretty
is saying,
obvious
but, like,
as far as like things like that
I think
go.
it's a little
But if it comes
disingenuous
to
to
other
me.
zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like
remake
to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera Wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer.
So that,
it is just a lot of these zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there's not an easy like it's not like okay, like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list, because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Oh, not this boss, dude.
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like,
this is basically saying I want Flame Dash and leap
discussed
across
some
the
things in that
screen back
area,
nonstop, and they're like, no.
before. I'm not necessarily
I'm getting out
against
of this.
that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the
It's another PoE verse.
like it shouldn't be the case that you. Because because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, they're always faster than the monsters. Then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like you combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't gonna like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like, you know, running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't. Like,
we have been talking
yeah,
about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now. Right?
The spot
it's not
damage.
For my build,
again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the
blow things up on the ground. Just keeps dashing around.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a 3rd or 4th character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my 1st character,
but you don't at least have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because. Then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability solution.
We have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before, or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like move your eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess. But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things.
Correct.
That
I mean, it's the whole they can go behind the boss's life bars and all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here, but we don't really get enough sockets early on, we don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
Oh, what's he talking about? Like not having
So
enough resist and stuff at the beginning?
Why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough
He is kind of right
because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people are feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really
stronger.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like then that's a different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be,
which aren't necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It just as a
Mark seems
thing,
like the secretary of Jonathan that's trying to make sure the boss doesn't say anything too angry in public.
9 shards, and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here. As far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different? For
it might be
like
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding.
I mean, I agree with Sis here. Like it's fucking hard to get socketed gear early
quest
on,
rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in
it's
any.
True. So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have. Their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to. We
so
do
we
need,
want to
we
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
to caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more Artificer's Orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more Artificer's Orbs and thus socket more gear will
supposed to be yellow.
Mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that would that would better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic Artificer's Orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then you get screwed over. And so things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem, and so that we just have to be really careful about that, and like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like, it shouldn't be that just a single, like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like, we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well, it's important. It's also.
Oh, no, you're gone.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front-facing, because that passive tree stuff, you know, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and
that's what
not in any
Zizaran,
town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front-facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Well, it would, I mean, surely if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough Artificer's Orbs to make sure they can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, you know, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that you know, yeah, like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case, and so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure, but yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that, now whether or not, I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like,
Yeah,
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards, for sure. Like, I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I just
Did you put it down?
Yeah, I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, what people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, I'm dying to all this fire damage, to this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now, what am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that hasn't.
I don't have enough decks. The irony. I need more decks and
readily
strength.
available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well,
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then?
But
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high, and so. If we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching up gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until max
all damage.
because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts.
Yeah, I would love to see.
Like, as far as I understand.
Several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people.
I'd love to see a combat log.
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be
stuck
I
in the
concur.
circle.
There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also want to understand why some
transparent.
people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like,
God exalted or.
It's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
if you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure, but I've tried both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are
my pain point is fucking exalts, dude.
Because the intention way to go through to rare is more via more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like the alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah,
in that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
What? Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And
so
I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the
20
best
orbs
average
of transmutation.
going on, the most accurate average.
200k gold to open.
We have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out.
Oh, no, I got them too. It's
what's
just
going
like you
on
need
and
a
whether or
lot
not
of
it
them.
meets
That's all.
our expectations.
Are we Gamba?
So, the next thing I want to ask you about
that means the
is,
last one
the
would be
elements
fucking
you
like a
have,
million.
Like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff.
Oh, way more. No
and I'd say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right?
fucking do
one
it,
charm
chat.
slot, and it is
We can't
quite
open the last one,
difficult
though.
to get a second or third. And that's competing for
fucking
freeze immune,
crossbow.
stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune,
one's
and
2
chaos
million.
immune. Chaos resist and bleed. Now I would say poison,
it's
ignite,
worth
and
it.
bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus they have 2, and at 81 they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that's something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before.
How's this guy healing?
Effectively, ailments didn't
While
exist
stunned.
before we changed that.
What is this?
So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen.
What the fuck is this heal?
Like,
There's no way the first one was
during
leech.
the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign.
He's stunned.
And it was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
It was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected
So it's
amount
not
of
just
stun
up, back
threshold
left.
you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty
Potion?
minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got
Like,
lost
when
in the
would you
weeds.
ever
So, like,
use this outside
the
of like
other thing
5
is changing
levels
those.
at the beginning?
And I know
of the
the
game?
resistance ones work
Some
this way as
garbage.
well. Like those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing
Double
that
rarity
caused
of
it.
items,
And
man.
those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting
In what
that
sense,
even the
Cantaga?
ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like, like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only Frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part, you actually notice the stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they did do a lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want
different.
it to
It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to.
On
look at
Twitter,
the
I was just reading the picture.
Yeah, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah. And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to.
Wait, we already did all the rares.
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value, there's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions.
What are
Is
masteries?
that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work to do there, though.
But there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that
What are you poor? I'm giga poor.
that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that like, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time. What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people, and so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary. Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about, and that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me.
Don't have enough run speed.
There are there's intermediary grounds there as well, but yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
that is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. Obviously, even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something, what something could have been, in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE 1.
Sure.
Because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking, I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand.
Was that the one
or
after the
offense
Super
be
Bowl?
out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the possibilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense, and I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue, for sure.
I actually didn't know that. Cares. Like on live on retail?
Most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then, shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
I do want to know what their philosophy is
It's
on like
quite
the one shot stuff.
To split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again.
Is that 40 different
afterwards.
buffs or like including
it's
stacks?
Like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if
oh boy,
you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do 3 of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah,
and what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe.
Let's go play
like
World of Warcraft.
It would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, and I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So, when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right? You're recognizing.
I feel like this was Zizard's moment where he's like, checkmate. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's. I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like we're just like
Batman.
But okay, sure. You're talking. Okay, like so. Okay, so that question I would say only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is or like and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance
so
unless there's attrition, which we don't have.
I saw like 12
so
seconds
like
left of this.
it's so what I'm saying is so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them.
Passive charge.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the fast, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. So what I'm saying though there.
The end.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough.
I actually thought they cut off for a second.
The flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
the campaign is quite attritioned.
Yes, attrition.
The kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at endgame, where like it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that.
Ask Clap, yes, what's up, brother? How are you?
Then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which it happens in the game and PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing? But are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make like whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
I don't.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one.
Oh shit! It divine. Is Ziz just saying I don't like one-shot mechanics? Get rid of them. That's all I'm really understanding out of this right
now. Just like,
which is like fine to have that opinion, but
20% of investment of the way there.
Like,
now
he's saying I want to be able to survive one-shots if I build purely tanky.
Whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine.
Like some stuff, I guess makes sense. Like I don't think that Quadrilla
So,
should
like,
one-shot you if you're Giga tanky.
if it is a like
but if you have like a
universal
pinnacle boss that's doing a massive AoE
okay,
that
like
takes
for
5 seconds to cast on the
example,
ground,
would
I
it be
don't think you
okay
should be able
that
to sit
I
in
mean,
that
look, the corridor. Let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get. We need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like it is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not
I can't
allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted, and it's like, oh great, that was
but it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, having the not even having to move.
They are correct about both things.
Especially without the gear.
Like it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like like surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like we very often see.
Yeah,
offense.
maybe it is, but like I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like that is a thing people just like doing. And so like the amount of incentivization and so then there's the issue of like well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons.
Correct.
And so you kind of got like that issue of
people
like
big
it's just
boom.
really, really hard to get that balance right. So the like
I only build defense because I like playing hardcore to the level that I can survive and then as much damage as possible.
People,
and then as you get better, you need less of that defense.
There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that
extent,
reason,
right? Like,
and I don't think either
abilities to dodge,
immortality or
things like that,
insta-killing bosses is
how to
right.
play better.
So like the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I have other questions about defense as well.
I'm shocked.
So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of monster armor break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like, it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the issue there.
We did a few things, like we, there was some overwhelm on some bosses and we removed it, and there was, there were too many skills converting too much into element.
Down to Gamba.
And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like,
right.
it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities. And like, there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Reduced attribute. Yeah. It's not actually terrible on that.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift.
But that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't even help, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's, you know, you've got to be careful with that. But well, maybe.
Because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally running through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that. It's just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. Don't worry. You can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
perfect. Yeah.
We don't need
the regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very
I mean, I wasn't going to use
it
in the end anyways.
In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on.
The poison chick. Yeah, fuck her, dude.
sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore, where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern. And I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos?
concern, because like, if you can't get past the boss, you're just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like, I mean,
then
the
you can go
damage,
grind.
like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like,
Well, Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a hard
I
fight.
think she's
That's
the
just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like, in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so
What
therefore,
does she do that's
you know,
chaos? Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that
Or poison, no?
I want to make some
Isn't,
changes to.
isn't poison
'Cause
chaos?
It
Or is
just
that
creates too
PoE
much
101?
mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And
I mean,
then
the
how many
spare
of us
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So
So
all of her
just-
green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the
Oh,
poison.
it's only
if
getting.
it's
Oh, it's
poison's
only the
used, then
poison
it's
take
chaos
damage
but
that is chaos.
because
not
the
actual
poison damage is
hits.
based on the hit. Your armor effectively mitigates the your armor mitigates the chaos damage
Ow.
because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular,
Where the fuck
evasion
is
would
this?
mitigate.
Oh, there it is.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah.
never chaos damage, just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I-
in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I
Half
fully
chaos,
thought
half
the
Ziz.
spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack. I thought that was chaos.
Those do a lot
So
of
it's
damage.
very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little
She
bit
is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted
so
to ask you a
hard
little
when I
bit
do
about
her.
pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of, well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about
Yeah, she dropped a lot
like
of gold.
a sword, like a
She's
sword
getting
swing?
some fucking broke after
The
that stupid
the
Gambit.
number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antline maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case,
the big rise
it's
rate
probably
boss,
just a matter of
pushes you
fixing
around, too.
That particular thing, like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate, but I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like did we fix what's his name the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens
every-
sometimes.
It seems to just break every.
I don't
week.
think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and that's
yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like, yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
There's probably like a bunch of technical limitations to it.
So during early access, we've talked about like respace and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear.
I barely used it.
So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very
yeah, I agree.
prohibitive.
He's right about this. I need a lot of respec.
I do find it to be, maybe not. Oh, I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern, really.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably does.
Yeah, that's a gig across.
Yeah, but even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial.
I have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs, really. Like, I was, like, probably about 6 months ago I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors, and here's how much, and there's probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, then now I'm not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had,
There's a lot of fucking whining.
I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like, because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, you know, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying
maybe Zizaran just has
like,
a fucking
this is
gambling
just like a
addiction
materially different
IRL,
playstyle
and
that I'm
he's
not
professional
currently
help
testing
chat.
myself.
Right.
So like,
it's gonna be
I
like
think
a
that's what I need
silent
to do
cry
to
for
see,
help.
What's going on with that?
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
price.
sure, but I'm talking about
otherwise
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know, how big those changes are, because I need to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision, really. Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a question about it then?
No.
Sure.
Let's give me a spicy.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respeccing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that, like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, but just sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a a note. As a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
They said bleed, not poop.
Like, could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled you?
We had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean,
what are these orbs do? Is that like what spawns into the monsters? For corruption?
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
And these probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list. It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just
the fact that he brought it up. I think answers your question already.
I definitely feel like it's missing, because like I would never divine an item, like because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
okay, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item. So it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an
implicit
implicit
more of a conversation with their interviews or as Blizzard. Well, Blizzard kind of used to be like that, but Blizzard interviews now are you allot like a 30-minute time slot with Ian or something, and that's it.
Some are good.
That's what you get.
Some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
it's just a thing that kind of happened, and then like honestly, it just went under the radar the whole time. So
yeah,
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
Yep. It was just something I was curious about, so I figured I'd bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
But there's a movement speed decrease on shields?
Well, I mean, you're just are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that
have a hidden movement speed deep up.
You know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
as a player,
if honestly, because I mean the thing is, in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess it's technically viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot of like triple energy shield boots and stuff. Or especially different in PoE 1 because we have the influence things.
Right. I get you. Seasoned players, not like
right.
Yeah, not new players, sure.
Random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Rallycash and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like pretty much the best boot.
Right, but I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so really it's
the PoE Andes are the opinion that of course they are because it's all streamers that.
But I mean, whether or not it's implicit or based on the mod or anything, it's just
I've agreed with some of the stuff that says
which comes back to the we need to have those discussions.
From a video game player,
it's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like Life Sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a Life Sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on Life Sprig,
I'm stuck.
And a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So, have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like, what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So
uniques suck in this game. Change my mind.
The bigger questions about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a Life Sprig on level 80 character, it can scale up to that level, so it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing, the whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not Life Sprig should even have high level requirement ever. Which is a thing that's come up a bit.
That's a separate question. That it's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so actually, one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the I feel like maybe you didn't like this. Well, I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up. It's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not like quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why we did. There was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80.
I'm saying if you find it at level
let's say
80. 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago, but
No, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry.
Yeah.
In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean,
that's
I
the
would
thing.
personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And like, there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other.
Nope, I fucking hate it.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I was just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies, and that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff, that change. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I
everyone's
see what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay,
so
I
instead of
understand.
like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, he died. And
Yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like
yeah.
to see it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world
one's-
where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that. If
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like, I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like, yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
yeah,
you know, like
that being said, it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I don't love it.
I know.
Like, I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very
just
often
do what
tied
Diablo
to
does, just have them port to
one
you.
monster, the
Like,
other
or near
side
you.
of the map, and I
Easy.
have to like do
Like,
so
actually
much backtracking.
Sure. Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few.
We straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
probably-
comes on all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you see them.
The main reason for that is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and honestly that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah. It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even looking into the game.
But I think that's fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
Well,
I love that
like,
change.
do we just turn off?
Literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for me.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
I kind of do that anyway.
Yeah.
One of the like when we were trying to find that in Crash.
Yeah.
The one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap, and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah. I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just 2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? If there's only 2 rares, is it literally just one?
Just enable seeing the rares. On the
I agree.
It's probably
I like
better
that.
just to do
I agree.
I like that. Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so
expands like
there's
a
a
donut,
good-
right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's, yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre-020, and I was actually I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So, yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list. It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So, obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now, I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it, so then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and tick the...
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect
and level up that way.
Yeah. So all the classes, then my gems, and then all gems. That's probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching, I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like tink, tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one. Yeah. And those changes didn't occur. They have occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out.
Awesome.
Like that's... it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight up.
All good. So there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about
that would be nice for
days
Huntress
before we shipped. Actually, with
he was talking. Fucking
the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost but says it can't consume charges or something. and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that, or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way.
Warn you.
But I have to think about exactly what they should be. But something along those lines would be the way.
Should work.
Sir.
I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part, like, I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know what it actually was? It's okay, so we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, and we're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open. But giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like what.
There's a little extra content ticker on the side now.
And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select Ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee Ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, you know, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing.
IDR.
Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is, or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
What?
We just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I don't know if we need waystones currently. Like they're actually insane dropping.
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a socketables affinity.
You mean the one that costs 2 million gold?
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts. Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within, like, you know, I would expect to see that within a week probably is my like guess. We're not going to add that. This is like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities with, because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, you know, to stash all of those.
I kind of want to build into strong boxes.
Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. What do you guys think of recombinator?
Strong box guys? No, they reworked them, they buffed them, and they added like 4 new unique ones.
Yeah, that's kind of waiting for more info and data.
Actually, kind of poggers now.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare.
Rogue exiles are honestly pretty fucking lucrative too.
Or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like.
Well, you know,
it's interesting because, like,
you can
with
respec
recombinators,
Atlas,
I
right?
feel like
Let's go to
every time we've
Strongboxes.
ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you
Yeah.
they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous
Can
one
you
is so much
respec Atlas,
better
actually?
is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively
Refund Atlas
good
passives, yes, you can.
weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, like, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So like like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah, that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough. You know.
There were two major
can't.
item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking
Magic
for, and maybe you have
monster.
some opinions on it, is how
Turn
the
an extra
new map
chaos
drop
team. Bro, we
progression
need to
works.
fix these
And I know there is
systems.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how endgame is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that, but again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we changed it.
So that's why we just were like,
so
let's
I'm
fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now?
Yeah,
I guess people
that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in fog of war or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in fog of war, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in fog of war, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that, and then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah.
something
So
like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in fog of war. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't. And so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
but
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself,
It's
I
good
like
to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
It's gonna be a rough map.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike?
Well,
I imagine
I
still wanted to
don't
play PoE 1.
know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's
No, I
not
think
quite
so
the
far.
same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is their number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
I feel like
the trouble we have now
everything's
is,
faster now.
Like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
This map is Giga AIDS. Holy shit. With all these
so,
shield guys.
A few PoE 1 questions, and then
so bad.
nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about that?
Yeah, I think we were like, I think last we said was A and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
you
of
cut
May.
out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week kind of band because, you know, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WST in PoE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I wouldn't put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2,
fucking shield guys are gonna get me killed.
At that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and put them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make change. And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the
currently have
stupid PoE 1 character models
we have to
every
currently
time.
do
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So and then at that point we could add WS.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE 2 characters right now.
So this game is rigged.
So.
I fucking knew it, dude.
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of things. So, like,
good.
It is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
You can pause the PoE on now too.
Another thing that I really love in PoE 2, the highlight effect. Like when I right-click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality of life.
Right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't.
That's the boss already.
Yeah, should be fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do that.
100%. It's either we're just not going to. Just won't.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want it to happen.
Cool. Final question is, Val Orbs in PoE 2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE 1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique, we have manual work to do to work out what to do
the fuck?
there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE 2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we we're able to do
this
that.
is where like
So,
not having capped
like,
reses is
I'm not
really
gonna say
rough.
never in PoE 1, but just the amount
this
of
is
work
like
it would take
hardcore,
to,
hardcore.
look at the
no
balance
way.
of every single
I would
unique
step
and
foot
do that
into a
work
T.
would be
I
quite
don't
large.
even. I don't
Most
know,
would
probably
take
not,
only
but,
like 2 seconds, and would
only
just
blue,
fly.
blue
But
level
there's,
1
like,
maps until
implications
you
for a lot
get
of-
capped
Yeah.
reses. Although I'm pretty sure a lot of this is chaos damage. With
There's just a
stuff.
lot of uniques in PoE 1.
Who's dying yet? Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly pretty like low
That
defense
was
right now.
that was all the questions
don't
I
hash
had.
it.
Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me
those-
and the
those red
community. We really
zones,
appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit angus, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of, yeah, as I said, was just feeling a bit ugh.
No, I appreciate it. I actually, you know, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some and a whole bunch of discussion. So like,
Hardcore scared of the changes. Yeah, that's why I didn't like restart
this, I
hardcore
feel
and
very,
stuff.
very
It's
good
a
about,
big time
honestly. And
investment.
I'm
I
hoping we can
like
get all
playing these
those,
games
a lot of those
hardcore.
changes.
If
and
possible, I
bring it.
can, but like
obviously it'll help, but like
takes a lot of practice.
it is
and knowing what stats you need and
it is
when
good
and
because
what
I mean, at
bosses
the end
and
of the day,
monsters
it's
do.
just
and
creating that
what to-
collaborative environment between
when to
developer and
fight
player
or
base that,
flight and you know that kind of shit.
using users as the intermediary, and I'm
Somebody's
sure
just gonna
there's
kill you
opinions
at some
yourself,
point
you're part of that,
if
but
you don't
it
know,
is very
and then you
important that
start
we
and
keep
try
doing
again.
this because
You play a shit ton of
will
softcore and then
create
you go
greatness.
hardcore.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a
fun at the
rule for
start,
my
though, 'cause it doesn't
podcast,
cost you
actually
anything,
took
right?
something
If you die,
Jonathan
just
said to
keep going.
heart
So I'm glad
really,
they
really
changed
hard
that.
that I really liked. And you said that you really liked when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others, because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah, thank you guys so much for your time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching.
Yep.
And playing.
We appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Whew.
All right, let's rewatch that entire
Try
thing
to
now.
die.
It's been a while, Trent. On death, bug of boss that kills you afterwards still happens to instant death and nothing you do. On which boss? You try to avoid death in Ellie. I mean, Ellie's the same thing, right? We're going to die at some point, but the penalty is you just go down to softcore and keep playing. I don't know how many times I'll restart. Depends who's playing with me. Like I know, like Josh wants to play and stuff like that too. Nah, we'll see. But I just genuinely find. I just genuinely find hardcore in these games just more fun. It just keeps me more engaged. Otherwise, I start to get bored because like you're like nothing matters, you know. Not that it doesn't matter, but like it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's like penalty to dying, you lose some XP and stuff. But as long as you just don't die enough, it's okay. It's scary. Like survival crafters and stuff like that. It just makes it more exciting. But these shield guys are fucking awful. Yeah, that was an interview, chat. That was an interview. What'd you guys think?
Lightning strikes twice.
Can't keep resing this one like
No
this.
mana.
I didn't think. Same, bro. Jesus. Ready for the shit show? Oh, dude. PoE community is going to be in shambles after that one, brothers. It's gonna be a good one, boys. Lately, with the knowledge that came a bit of coming out, I should have gotten there. But yeah, PoE 2 season much better than the Diablo 4 season 8. Trying season 2 as well. I think they should stick with their vision so PoE doesn't become PoE 1. I don't think it will. I think they're gonna adjust it, but like they were clearly very defensive and adamant that they want PoE 2 gameplay to be the way it is, like, you know, within the realm of what it is, and not just be PoE 1 Part 2. For that, I am personally very thankful. Yeah, I don't know. As far as interviews go, that was pretty shit. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that was just like Zizerin's list of like why he wants PoE 1 back. A lot of the things. They get some good info though, I mean, for sure.
Straight through the app.
Jesus Christ, dude. Actually, just one taps me. We're gonna have to go boss so I don't fail the map. That's what he's doing. Nope. Damn, those do cows too. I guess everything does. I should have doubled back across them.
Milana's gone.
What, where is he? What's happening? Oh, he got stunned out of his attack. So running. Fuck.
Milana's gone.
I'm very happy to hear they're working on their UI. Like having the boss health bar at the top of the screen right now, and like blocking some of the most important POV of the fight, especially with the way the ground is angled, is absolute AIDS.
Hand bent double as is.
That was a thing. Sometime end of the month, Luke, yeah. Forget exactly the date.
A place to put my feet up.
How'd you really feel? I mean, we got good info out of it. I don't know. Like, honestly, based on what I like in PoE 2 and disliked in PoE 1 and stuff like that, I'm not gonna lie, I was mostly their responses are things I liked. You know, I still disagree with like the relative speed of early campaign and stuff. I think most people don't like that for sure. Blah blah blah. But Mr. Animal. But like the rest of the stuff and all the shit like Ziz was pushing back on to basically make it be PoE 1 again and stuff like that. Like, I'm glad they held their ground on that, man. I'm glad. PoE 2 community loves Ziz and really dislike the devs' answers. Well, that's because Ziz takes what he hears from the community and puts it outward. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority. That's fine.
Yes.
That is okay, dude. But yeah, I don't know. Generally sounded okay. Generally sounded I, Mr. Animal. A little snoozy. But what about movement speed indeed? Boogie down. I keep looking for waystones and not in the Waystone tab because I'm just not used to having the Waystone tab. Boogie down. I think it's called sheep mentality. I mean, the question is, and we'll never really know. Enfeeble the boss. So it's gonna. That Oofington bear. And we'll never really know is what percentage of the PoE 2 community, not even just community, but people that play the video game, enjoy the video game, have an interest in the video game, are represented by Zizarin and other PoE 2 streamers that are unhappy with the current state of the game's community. What percentage of the overall player base does that represent? I don't know. We'll never know. But I can't feel like it's a majority. I feel like it's a loud minority. This is just based on things that I've seen with World of Warcraft and just any general internet video game going over the past 2 decades, you know? Obviously, you can't say it's a global truth, but...
Lightning shatters bone! The thrill of the hunt!
Surprised I didn't even talk about the ritual bands, actually. I just realized.
Daft enough to stand in my way.
Stand in me way, me lord. Doing ritual on my mercenary. Last patch was really nice. They put up the ice walls and just sit in the corner. Nothing could reach me, more or less. As long as there was something spawning under my feet, I was in decent shape. A little scarier now. Oops. Yo! This Rob has arrived home. He's probably thirsting for some Path of Exile too. Speaking of how I didn't get Shoulders involved, but I got the mythic track weapon that with shit stats. Is it still an uppy at least? Yeah, I don't know. I'm fine with that interview overall. I like the information from that interview. It was fine for me, personally. You got a Mr. Pick Me Up? I have no idea what that is. No idea. But it sounds like I'm happy for you. Is what it all comes down to. Oh, fuck, you can't go through here. God damn it. Wait, you can.
You're to be dead, Barry.
Little aids. You can't see anything in there, so there's ground effects. And there are ground effects. Let's just sit out here and do this. Those my spears don't fire in there.
No mana.
We good? Can I come in? Hello? Alright.
A worthy foe.
Where are the foe? Like, I seem like I was going for PoE only, no changes in PoE until one. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, yeah, I guess in some ways you're right. In some ways you are right. How's the building today? Sorry? Oh, yeah? Probably get a shower. Would you like to join Mr. Rob in the shower chat? Sorry? Oh, it's not even the chat, that's fine. I know what chat would look like. I don't think you'd like it, that's for sure. I haven't been updating the deaths, I just realized. I'm just going to turn them off. I think we're good for that, now that we're done with the campaign. Oh god. I can read chat for 1 second on this guy. I literally turn around for 1 fucking second to read what you guys were saying. Turn around, health's at like 20%.
That was almost a challenge.
Do you need the flash from Act 3? I'm SSF, so I can't take anything. Or are you asking in general if you need it? I use a mana flask with passive mana charges generated because you're gonna run out of bosses otherwise. Sometimes, at least. It's fine for trash because you generate them quickly enough, but for bosses it's overworked. Depending on the boss.
Need more time.
The venom from Act 3 that you choose? Oh. I regret it, but I ended up taking the stun threshold. I would have taken the mana instead, and then the second round through Chaos for Act 6.
Straight through the art.
Straight through the eye, and y'all can't blame.
I'm bent double as is.
You ain't bent double, me lord. Okie dokie. Come on, let's do that one.
I'm bent double as is.
Wait, if I do those breach or whatever mobs, will they spill over into the ritual summon? Does that work? What's a nice hat, Eric here? Why, thank you, Dr.
I
I
like
you
it.
missed the big interview,
It's
dude.
quiet.
We can rewatch it again. It was 2 hours long if you'd like.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
What interview? Zizaran interviewed Ian about patch 11.15. He's very excited about all the reused mechanics. Can you pick items up after the breach goes away? I'm gonna leave it on the ground, see what happens. I always thought you have to pick them up before the shit goes away. Am I being trolled? Absolutely not. Would I ever troll? It's gonna be bad.
You're mine. Straight through the art.
celestials, man. Okay. Beat it spicy. What's going on? I don't even know anymore, Doctor. Let's hold each other. Oh god. Meow, 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 meow. My son. I said you missed a big interview. Wait, I've seen this before. Is our boss here too? Oh, rare. Oh, yeah, unique monsters. Oh, yeah. Melt wax. So that's on Hearthstone. Well, I mean, innately, there's a lot of World of Warcraft universe overlap with Hearthstone, and their forces are in the formerly PoE streamer, one interviewing Ian, the director of World of Warcraft MMO. Made sense to ask those questions. I think that's hit me for half my health. It just dropped there. I don't think they even swung at me.
Straight through the app.
Can't tell if I'm being lucky, but so far map sustain actually feels okay. Well, we'll see as we keep progressing through them, but. Okay, I'll just stay here. Hey, go back in there. Which will go beside each other. Okay. Okie dokie. Generator.
Need mana. That was almost a challenge.
You never played HOTS not even once? I have. I played HOTS. You have to play at least, and I played a little beyond that. Especially when the game first came out and was like super popular. But you have to play it for that, did you have to play it for that like blazing cat mount or something in WoW? Could have sworn that was a thing. Yeah, something's fucked with matchmaking, Yolzy. With that stuff, I don't know. It feels like there's a higher chance to run into like more than. It's like if you queue with 2, you're susceptible to queuing into premates that are like 4, like, you know? Something's like feels off. It could just be also just bad luck, man. Tough to say. Oh. Breach splinter. There's no breach thing. Okay. Right. Let's put it there then. Put her there, old pal. You have to play 20 games with friends? Why is friends in quotations?
Lightning Shatterphone! My mana's gone. time. Wait.
Waiting. Yeah, what are you falling at, buddy? So many bombs coming. Guess we could kill a lot of shit nearby. Actually, I don't even remember exactly how ritual works. I think it's like if you kill the more stuff you kill in the circle, the more spawns, right?
Heart of the storm.
Lagging or just me? Oh yeah, I am. Hello, I'm back. We dropped 1,000 frames. We dropped some frames. Nodders. That's a pretty good helm. But it's energy shield armor. A minor. While this item is active in your inventory, an X exalted ore will add 2 random modifiers. Huh? Interesting. A double use exalted orb. Most interesting. I'll buy that for sure. And definitely the exalt. And the vol. This be the boss.
Die, beast.
Blizzard! Blizzard. Can't forgive them what they did after that interview was his win just now.
I clean hell. Straight through the arm.
Egg.
Hold on. Need a moment.
It was never ending. Oh my goodness gracious.
Need mana.
this guy. Jesus. A lot of work. What is the fire? Pay 15 of an item's original cost. Defer that item. This item will reappear in a later area. Discounted by 10% of its original cost. More valuable items can take longer to reappear. I don't think there's really anything else I care about here. But might as well buy something to like DE. I guess you can reroll. Costs 1,000. Well, it might be something to deter, right? Well, this item is active in your inventory. You fully recover your life mana energy shield when you reach low life. It's pretty good. Regal orb. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. What boss is this? Mockery of Fate. Oh, this dude. What a fire dam.
Straight through the app.
Why did those spears go up there?
Wait.
It's the death of wearing that corner. So he's doing that Gachi emote. The Waystone times 2. Seems I do. Thanks for the 65 primer.
It's quiet like.
Sorry, I missed that for a moment, me brother.
Those primitive. Enough, make it. An audience with the king, eh? I'll make it.
Wait, what do we got? What's her issue? She's such a bitch. No. Stash. Oh, shit, forgot to sell. I'm gonna forget about this, maybe, probably. Let's put it here. For when I use those exalted orbs. Ritual altars for maps in range. Okay.
Find more breach remnants for my research.
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know if we're gonna get more strength to use that aura again. Let's take some passive modes in the tree. Take some more decks and convert some other ones to strength, probably. How's the hunt going, brother? How's the search going, dude? Feeble. Separate world doors are close to the nameless gather at the edge of existence. Completing this map will... okay. Meridian Wildwood, unique map. Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go pee. Just stretch my legs and stuff. Getting... Sitting there not talking for, Sitting there not talking for a while and listening to Scissorin like put me in a little zombie mode, so I'm gonna go freshen up. So keep jamming. What's up, Drew? All right, be back in 3 minutes. Oh, ads just about to start. Good timing. Good timing. Good timing, me lord. This is a chunk and a half. Alrighty. I have returned. Hello. Aye. Smack my foot. Let's see what this unique map is all about. Traverse. Wait, is that... Actually, I guess there's a few different unique maps. There's that one where you just, like, go to the, like, raft and claim a unique item and shit like that.
So this is the Wildwood.
Oh, one of
Looks
these.
not
Wait,
like
isn't this the old
imagined.
mechanic?
Straight through the air. No plot.
From PoE 1? Like, the deeper you go, the worse it is or something? Evil, what the fuck? Ow. This seems a little dangerous, chat. Animal, what, dude? I just pet you upstairs. Are you mad because I didn't give you drugs? It's not your lunch. It's not your dinner or drug time. You motherfucker. Omen of the hunt. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, but exploring for now, I guess. I don't really have a choice. Not like we have a choice other than to move through here. Astonishing charm. Jesus. Really stuns Batman. Whatever else is happening there.
No mana. Lightning shatters bones.
I feel like shit's just like constantly spawning quick. Corruption. Val Orb, unpredictable. Did I pass any more of these altars by accident? Looks like they are lucrative. We can't even like target it there. I can't attack right now. What the fuck? Just wouldn't let me attack. It's like I was pacified or something.
Need mana.
Periodically unleashes ice. I wasn't stunned though, like I was moving around. It just didn't let me cast. It wasn't mana either. Boom, boom. Or a Calcum spear. Does it have an implicit? Ah, animal. Oh, give me one sec, chat. Everything was so good until I took a break. Fine. Oh, that do be an animal. That do be an animal. Okay. Not any better, but I might get. Might get some good news for vocational rehabilitation through VA. That's a good thing, isn't it, Steven? Well, that's the good news part. That'll be poggies, dude.
Come on! Here it comes!
Did you have a degree in? What is this? Stunned in the corner. What is the end game to this map?
A clean kill!
Is there an end game to this map? Hey, gotta go, gotta save battery. I'll be here when your bank freedoms. Probably. Ow. Okay. Despite this ominous mid-piece here, it's not the end of the map. I think I have sticky on my hand or something. Something so sticky. So sticky. Oh shit, it's blue fangs. Lightning resistant, my favorite. Decent rare density here. I'm just trying to get some Atlas points, man. Get up those unique maps. This one's got a big ass map, too. Ow. Proof of me prowess.
Can't bet double our best.
Am I allowed to leave this map and come back? If it's unique? I guess so, right? Yeah, let's try. Hey! 2 degrees kinesiology. One in exercise science, the other is allied health professionals. What is allied health professional? Sport and clinical? Oh, and what are you looking to potentially switch to then? Whatever pays the bills. I hear that. Starting charm. I mean, we need a bleeding. Let's put that here. Sure. The other one. Well, this item is active in your inventory. The next possessed monster you kill will release it as Merry Spirit. Okay. The next Vol Orb will be unpredictable. More unpredictable. Je m'exquise. And I took this because life per enemy killed. Fire damage, it is good. Looks like we could just exit whenever we want and come back. Oh yeah, exiting just to sell and stuff no longer consumes an attempt.
Straight through the app.
That is correct. Ow. Where are those altars at? This is scary.
This ends now.
The off-screen fog of war projectiles make it particularly scary. Chunking at me for half my health. I've done a pustule there, but I didn't hit nearly as hard as what I was hitting before. Gold ring. Rarity of item base. Nice, nice, nice. Book of unique knowledge. What? What do we do to complete it? I don't understand. Can you not explore anymore now? Oh, you can't. Okay. Well, I don't really know what the fuck just happened, but it's fine. Good enough. It's going to do physical therapy. It's going to afford the student loan debt that will come with it. Also, with the mortgage on my house. Fucking student loan debt, dude. Outrageous. Especially in the States. Crazy, man. Increase rare monsters in your maps. 5% increase rare monsters in your maps. One rare monster in your map is duplicated. Pack size. Let's go along the long way, I think. More rare monsters is good.
Speak.
Schooling do be expensive. Schooling's a fucking scam, dude. I wonder what percentage of people actually end up using their degrees that they went to school for. I feel like the percentage might be surprising. Waystones. Otherwise it takes me so long to get the waystone too. Feeble. Let's see what this turns into. Temporal chains. Rarity of items found 110%. Ugh, temporal chains. Okay, fine, whatever. There's another unique loading. It's weird. It's like taking a second to load the atlas and stuff. Need a game restart or something. I don't need no fancy book of learning. You're goddamn right. Hideout. Felled biome forest. I think we already have that one. Let's go for this unique map here, so we can get 2 atlas points. I don't see any other unique ones anywhere. Don't think, at least. Okay, let's go over there. Untainted Paradise. Boop, 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 boop. Actually, use information on working supplements or other skill job that pays. Yeah, they do. We have a family friend that's an X-ray tech.
Aye. Pretty like. could almost convince yourself there were no wrathing about.
I understood everything she just said, is what somebody who was lying would say.
Straight through the art.
So what's special about this map? Aside of the fact that it was a fucking annoying ass bunch. One sec, I gotta check Mr. Cat's bum bum. was a poopsident. But it's okay now. Doing 2,500 a week for an X-ray tech? Go for X-ray? Well, it's even easier than ultrasound now.
The hunt is on.
Crazy. What about ultrasound tech?
There it comes.
What's up, dude? What's wrong, man? You just had an uncomfortable poo-poo. I found the cat poo-poo. But everything else looks okay. Like, okay, buddy? God, I swear to God, he fucking gets diarrhea again, man. It's awful. I hope not, dude. What's up, Avionic? It's $50 an hour out in Vegas for ultrasound? Jesus. Not bad. Wait, it's 2 years of schooling for tech, really? Seems like a lot for some reason, I don't know why. Like full schooling? Like full semesters and stuff? Or like part-time online courses kind of thing? It's crazy. I don't understand what the special part of this map is. Like, why is it a unique map? Just a biome, or like animals everywhere and shit? I have enough animals at home, man. There must be something big in the middle. Does it say anything? Oh, this is the one with the Giga experience. I could have juiced it more then. I don't know.
That was almost a challenge. Straight through the heart.
That's what, brother. What's wrong? I don't know how to help you right now. Yeah, man. Okay, again, chat. Sorry. Stuffy cat. Okay, Feeble plus. Or Temporal Chains plus Temporal Orb is Giga AIDS. Blizzard! Blizzard!
My sub-anniversary and my actual day I reserve are synced up. I'd got to do chat help.
First of all, thank you for the 6 years. Lemur, dude. Congrats on the new badge, man. Thank you for the love. Your actual day reserve are synced up. What do you mean they're synced up? Why is that a bad thing? Oh, fuck me, dude. What do you mean, help? What do I do? Less spam or something? BRB. Or not synced up. I think there's like a window where you can resub, no? Oh, man. Saves me, must be Salute special stream stuff. Hey, you guys like that good stuff. Today's the anniversary of the reset days on the 24th. Blame that time you took a month off stream? That January, like fucking 7 years ago or some shit? You okay, buddy? Yeah, something's bothering him. God, I hope he doesn't get the RIA again, dude. I cannot. My CBA.
Die, beast! Correct through the arm.
Those lightning strikes. Oh, that guy.
A clean kill.
Is there just no loot in this? We haven't gotten a single piece of loot. I guess it's just purely for the XP, the map. Is it a 270 whatever% multiplier? Density's pretty good too. Yeah, the fucking world changes brutal, dude. Jesus. 39 months ago because my supercross. I didn't take a month off, bro. The only time I ever taken a month off was in like long time ago. Back to the last 30 minutes of working and bro, wait. You work late, dude. You work till 9 p.m. Do you like evening shift or you just work an insane amount of hours, Asclepius? Asclepius. 100% increase evasion rating for body armor. We do need rating. We're getting a lot of percentage, but we need the rating as well. Which means we need better gear. Let's do that for now. Oh, the basement? Oh, yeah, that was like 2 weeks.
Lightning strike twice.
That was less than 39 months ago, though. I think I've lived in this house for 30. Oh, maybe I've actually. I only moved in. I don't remember right. About 4th year living in this house. Yeah, I lived here for 3.5 years now. I don't even know
That
that.
was almost a challenge.
Wait, a piece of loot dropped. Oh, hell, it's about goddamn time. I'm stuck.
Heart of the storm. No mana.
The Nazi's real good, but you don't get really any fucking loot out of this. It's good, but I don't know if it's worth the XP levels of good. I don't know, maybe. They're getting a lot of XP. What do I do for work? I stream for a bunch of nerds. Yeah, I know you're new here. Extra hour for some bonus. Let's say I'm adding hours so I can have some time off in the future. Every hour worked, I get hours in my bank. Oh, fair. It's nice to have a job that where you can do that, right? Not all jobs rely just OT for extra pay. So Dante, you okay, buddy? You're a nerd. This is true. He's talking about you guys. Also true. No. Nothing gets past you, chat. Kill all rare monsters.
Straight through the heart.
Very slow than any of those actions that take longer. But it is attack speed as well, not just movement speed. Oh god. No wonder I felt like I was zooming when I finished that last guy. Temporal change is fucking banned from now. Right, Mr. Animal? Everything's just basically 18% slow motion. Slow motion for me. Slow motion for me. Oh, I like it like that. You alright, you eat? Nerds? Nerds are some of the best candy. Keep an eye on Mr. Cat. When do I not have to keep an eye on Mr. Cat, though, to be fair? Flexible tangibility.
A clean kill.
Cat, I don't know how to help you, man. Oh god. What do? What do, Jack? You're clean. I cleaned you. I cleaned everything. I pet you. I think it was January 2021. What were we doing 4 years ago? 4 and a bit years ago. Some Warcraft related thing. Definitely not when we did the basement stuff. The basement stuff was before Streamathon. Holiday Streamathon 2023. So, yeah. Nathria. I think that it. Wait, that was 2021? Is that when I took my emo 1 month off? I remember it being in January. It was the first time I played PRE1 and stuff, but it seems like it was longer ago than that. He needs more love. I mean, he needs unlimited love.
That's the thrill of the ocean.
Not very conducive to me ever doing anything else there. He's a very demanding young animal. Uh-oh. Eyes itchy. There we go. Better have a big, like, reward at the end or something. I probably won't. Well, I guess Atlas points is a good reward. More the merrier. January 2021 was Nether release. Yeah, I mean, that's when Future fell apart, right? Yeah, that is when I took my break. I could have sworn it was, like, earlier than that. More long ago, rather. Longer ago.
Proof of me prowess.
Proof of me prowess. You actually care about the streak? Oh, I was just like discussing at this point. I wasn't worried about you being worried about that. I give a fuck, lemur, man. December, yeah. Just a few months before Smarch. I want to clear as much as possible, just like experience multiplier. It's just kind of shitty. Nothing's dropping loot really, but I mean we've gained like almost a full level in this zone, which is pretty big considering we got to start doing some higher level maps. But the problem is my survivability. We're not getting efficient experience right now because we're 6 levels above this map. But I don't have, like, we need a res cap and stuff like that. That's the bigger issue right now. Which we can't without gear, which means we gotta grind gear or currency. So to safely grind, we need to do lower maps. With lower maps, I don't get as much experience with. Definitely the safer option. Oh, fuck. Alright, got 2 more points. Those can go in. One rare monster in your map is duplicated. 3% pack size. Actually, what's over here? Pack size, magic pack size. Increase magic monsters, not with sick with the rare. Maps have 40% increased chance to have a shrine. 40% increased chance for strong boxes. Ugh. I don't care about the shrines. Of course, strong boxes are on this side. This is all shrine shit, so we'd have to take a point for increased shrine just to get the strong boxes, or go around the other way for pack size and stuff. I'll probably just take the shrine hit. That's all shrine. That's shrine strong boxes in the middle. This should all be strong box. So I want to like focus in this area a bit. Rarity of quantity of waystones, rarity of items, quantity of waystones, chests, target farming for different biomes. I said, everybody, your eyes are failing you. Go sleep, my homie. Alright. Let's do that. Yeah, I was honestly, like, I was a little snoozy earlier. I didn't get a very good sleep last night. I feel better now, but like during that Ziz interview, man, I was ready to fucking pass out on my desk a couple times.
Need to create a complete.
Bam, 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 bam. Where are we going? Waystones? We're actually now getting a lot of T2 waystones. Enfeebles the less damage done one, right? Well, if you guys need X-ray, you should ask Zeebsen. Would be good practice for him, right? Where are we supposed to go? Complete a T2 plus corrupted nexus. What the fuck is a corrupted nexus? Up here, maybe? Looks corrupty up there. The Realm Gate, peer into abysses unknown. Reliquary Vault. It's like these overlapping ones though. AKA decently juiced maps, but I mean we could do them later. We have to do them right now. They're not going anywhere. Looking if there's any other unique maps nearby. Doesn't look like it. At least that I can see. They certainly could have made the icon a little more visible for them, because even the 2 we just did, I was like, what the fuck? Just like by chance kind of saw. Sure, let's go up this way. So there's a 30% increased chance to spawn coalesce corruption. The corruption meister. Okay. Put that in, go. The locker room would be safe. But wouldn't X-ray vision...
Aye. Some good hunting to be had
Like
here.
X-ray vision doesn't make any sense in the context you're saying, right? Because X-rays look through all your meat and skin and stuff to see your bone structure. So if you had X-ray vision, you'd just see a bunch of skeletons walking around. If you were to, as you want, peer into the peer into this boys' locker room, men's locker room, you just see a bunch of skeletons walking around. Just ask Clark Kent. That is truly the realistic application of this. It's true. There's levels to it? Oh, okay. What do you need X-rays for? Just to ask? So I don't know if I want you to be an X-ray tech. I mean, you don't have to zoom into bones. Like, I think we're arguing a fictional superhero versus the reality of what X-raying is. I don't know if we're gonna see eye to eye here, especially via X-rays. Conversation is not going many places, I feel.
Clean kill.
What are we doing here? We're killing all rares. No boss here. This time. Random ass hyenas.
More coming out of the water.
Oh, buddy. Okay, I better go give him some druggos. Hopefully it'll calm him down a bit. Sorry, chat. Give me one more second. Ugh. I've returned. We need to make a treat for chat so we can name it Chatnip. I think the treat can be me banning you for that. How's about that? Alright.
Straight through the app.
I'd be down for that, for banning too. Yes, same to... lot of shit on the ground around here.
Almost a challenge.
Didn't you guys just spawn like 2 seconds ago? Holy guacamole. I tried. Listen, we don't appreciate tons of daddy on this here channel, alright? Alright, little one. Ready for your vet visit tomorrow? You have no idea what's coming. You're not a dog.
Need a moment.
You can't sense these things or partially understand English in some cases. Open. I best not have just heard another fucking meow out the stairs, I swear to God.
Watch your step.
That was exciting. There was nothing in anything. I should get unlimited frenzy charges. Maybe so poggers. Show poggers, my doggers. Boom, ba-da-da-da. Ooh. Been dropping anything. Garbage loot. But maybe I should put some rarity shit on, actually. We're doing these lower maps. Like, what is going on? Oh God, life regen.
That was almost a challenge.
Damn it, foot.
I've enough in my pack already.
Sapphire ring, sure. Misalignment is triggering my OCD.
A home away from home.
They shouldn't actually be misaligned. Have they always been that way? It was created to be aligned with that one. I have to poke Aggie. Actually, I haven't talked to Aggie in a while. Probably do that again at some point in my life. See what she's doing, you know? Get a feel for things. Wait, which one's this? Not be stunned. We don't have one.
Go to the corner!
We do not have an anti-stun one. That's good. Gaz, brother. Thank you for the 51 Prime. Those are different emotes. They are, but I think they were meant to be made to line up. Just like the kissy one is. Yeah.
Bring it on.
Like how much more shrunk it is? Yeah, I don't know why that's the case. I could have sworn it wasn't like that before. Maybe I'm misremembering though. That guy fucked me up. What's up, guys? How am I doing? It's Peter Grind. It's good, man. It's good. Been fun. What are you up to? What have you been up to? Oh, this life is aggressive. I honestly, every time I see a mob get electrified, and I'm just like jittering back and forth like that, I just think of that Gachi emote. I forget which one it is. Or it's just the head banging back and forth. Lightning resistant. So of course it is. Cool. 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 Got that to bed and you put you on the phone. Have fun, my dude. Hell yeah, brother. May I join you? Oh, we're also doing 20% less damage. I forgot. It's not important. Yeah, the corruption maps are fucking insane. I feel like you're just like fighting non-stop because everything just keeps respawning and as corrupted mobs. Gotta doubly kill everything. Good experience, I guess.
I've enough in my pack already.
I wonder if we could turn our spear into a detonator somehow. What was I call it? So it was like this. Maybe I didn't see it from the start. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. You would know too. Better than I. It's possible. I can also just open up the files and see if they line up. But that requires work. We don't like that around these parts. That's a capital N, my dude. I'll give you that, but not that much GN. All right. Damn, got rejected at my old stream. All right, brother. Have a good day, man. Appreciate you popping in today. Like you, but not that much. Story of my life.
Wherever there's rapping, I'll
Map
be there
complete.
to stamp it out.
It doesn't count like champ packs. It's probably not worth going around. Let's start doing the map instead. Unless there's an event somewhere, but ow. Oh, or we can just die. Ugh. Or we could just, I guess, make it get out of here. Let's get on out of here. You like to use a friend? I mean, friends can have benefits. No? Yep, I got stun locked in place and then just killed.
Until next time.
I don't remember. I think we looked into it last time. I don't really remember how like stun thresholds calculated. Where is it? Miscellaneous. I know we have some. Evasion rating, chance to evade. Am I blind? Mana, energy shield, evasion block. So the dead counter, yeah, I just realized I stopped keeping track once we finished endgame. Or finished the campaign. Oh, we're just gonna die a bunch at this point. Oh, I didn't realize it says, okay, so it is 3 maximum for frenzy sharks. Maximum infusions. Do we not have any? We literally have stun threshold right here. Maximum life. Your base stun threshold is equal to your max life. A hit that deals damage equal to or greater than your stun threshold is guaranteed to stun you, and the chance scales down linearly for lower damage. Stun chance of less than 10% is treated as 0. Where do we see our stun threshold? Life, total recovery, mana, armor, evasion, resistances, block, elemental ailment threshold, charms, flasks, charges, infusions, miscellaneous. Yeah, it's been pretty fun. King Drill, man. I just like ARPGs, so I don't know what the fuck this is. Huh. It used to be a stat on there. Like, fairly certain. But such is life. You never know. Next map, please. Nice and toasty, please. Magic monsters, number of rare monsters. Monsters have 100% increased. Freeze build up shock chance. Sure. So we're not doing 20% less damage. This is... Oh, this is the Corrupted Nexus. This is the one in the middle and it cleanses the area. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, let's go here. What are you playing, King Drill? Playing PoE 2, you moron. I just said that. Oh.
The spirits in all of us.
Friends spoon each other on
it
cold
needs
nights.
No
True.
such temple.
Little spoons the best.
That were almost a challenge.
Can you speak English? Bro. I'm stuck. Just have to be careful. I mean, I can only be so careful. It's a corrupted map, so mobs are going to start respawning like this in small hallways. Can't exactly, you get stuck sometimes. Hi, little one. What you doing? Being a cat?
Need a moment.
Yes. That is blocking my vision. Oh, it's this map. You gotta go around opening all 3 like locks and then go to the middle for
Heart of the storm.
double like a boss or something. Runic Shard, Culling, and Decimate. On what class? Story of my life. It's random while you're back. You okay, buddy? You high as fuck. bam, bam, bam.
There it comes.
A large, gentle man. Ow.
A clean kill.
Any higher level spirit gems yet? That was combat frenzy. Proc more ultimately, so poggers. Such poggers, my doggers. Ow. Jesus. Well, bro hit pretty hard.
Pack's full.
Damn. What is this? A quarterstaff? Yeah, I could move a bunch of stuff over, but whatever. Merc Witch Hunter. Oh, that's what I played on launch. Super fun class, man. I enjoyed it a lot. That I did. Back then, I wasn't a man of many pockets. Oh, I picked a white item by accident. Increase duration. We'll keep that one. Always good to have some charm basis. You can't upgrade charms, or you can't craft charms past magic level, right? Blue, I think. Unless they changed it this patch, and I didn't know about it. Fully recover life, mana, and energy shield when you reach low life. While this item is active in your inventory. Why didn't that save us from dying? Oh, do you need to activate it in some way? Stone rune. Vision rune. Oh, I didn't realize you have to trigger them like that. Okay. There you go. Would have saved our life earlier. Right, little one? Right peated animal.
Straight through the app.
Yeah, it's aesthetically satisfying. You know, that lightning just arcing everywhere. Kill everything. Pick something up I should not have. Kato, I beg. Stop trying to spill the water. I beggeth. Yes, more exalted orbs. More Gen Yolzi. See ya tomorrow. Okay. God, great experience. We really need upper defenses. That was good. Kato, please, I beg. Fuck me, chat. He's on a goddamn tear right now. Lighting all over the place. Cool. Holy moly. Back to town we goes. Probably very soon. Atto. Would you like to come to the vet tomorrow as well, buddy? Chat, while you guys are chilling and snoozing, you had one job. Alright? That's to watch Mr. Cat.
A clean kill.
Pet him and shit. I don't have to do your guys' job for you.
I'm bad double as is.
Why? If only drugs would calm him down instead of make him crazier. All garbage. Well, I mean, any of them could turn into something with crafting, but don't exactly have a lot of gear to or currency to fuck around with really right now. Poor wee king. Yeah, so how can he be like you, little one? So chilled out. I got like, I mean, it's getting in range of dinner time, but there's always hunger. Yeah, food right there. He was chomping away at his dry food a second ago.
Straight through the app.
You stunned? Frozen? Something? Oh, DCing, I think. Satisfying sound, but maybe not DCing? I don't know, is the game just like froze? Yeah. How about that? Okay. I can't even exit. Exit to login screen. Interesting. Very interesting. Well, that fucked our map. That's great. Ugh. Map attempted. Fucked everything on it, dude. All the multipliers, our map, key. That's great. That's great. Alrighty, chat. I think I head off a little early tonight, man. I'm zombie mode, dude. I don't think I'm very fun to watch right now. I need to go relax a bit. Also, that map pissed me off a bit, but it's not because of that. I gotta deal with Mr. Cat. He's constantly meowing. I feel like I have to get up every 5 seconds right now. And, yeah. I think I'm just gonna relax a bit for the evening and, probably pass out early. Or try to pass out earlier. I might take tomorrow off. I'm unsure. Like I said, I need to take her to the vet, at noon. And I still got to go Costco and blah, 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 blah. So, might do a day off, might do like a late start, or might just stream. I don't know. Obviously, I will alert you guys through Twitter, Blue Sky, and of course in our Discord. But for now, plan is stream. Plan is just the stream. Cool. Alrighty. I'll catch everyone tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys, for hanging out today for this chill day. Appreciate it a lot. I don't think that is streaming yet. Is Josh streaming? I don't know when Josh starts streaming, right? He is streaming. He's playing World of Warcraft. Alright. Say hi to Josh for me. I'll catch everybody tomorrow. Sorry for the shorter stream today. I'm just, yeah, man. I feel like I'm staring through my monitor, obviously. And it's yeah. Not, you don't stream when you do this, okay? It's just... Good night, everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Say hi to the tree Jackson for me. Well, probably tomorrow. Oh, I guess little one sniff my finger. Alright, gens, everybody. See you tomorrow.